Check, check, check. Test, test, test. Yep, that's the one. Okay. Hello, Internet. Oh, wait, one sec. That's not right. I gotta put this on Twitter real quick here. Fursuit cooling vest. Live. I always get distracted by my own Twitter. I like the things that I do. I like to review them. Let's see. There we go. That's the live stream. I'm just gonna click on this link and see if it actually works. And hey, look at that, it does. Cool. I could actually hear myself too. That is neat. Well, all right, let me go back to the forward-facing camera and explain what I'm going to be doing today. So, I've been working on a cooling vest for a while now. Working on making something that can fit underneath a fursuit with only about a half an inch of extra thickness, ideally. And the goal is to make it as cheap as possible, make it as easy to make as possible, and then lastly, just make it as effective as it can possibly be. I did a test that you can see right up here in the corner that's sort of starting to fall apart a little bit. But the proof of concept that I showed on Twitter the other day, and maybe I can show the workshop camera here, actually ended up working pretty well. So this test was a really, really good proof of concept, showing that I could actually make it using really cheap materials, and then just by vacuuming air through it using a small Home Depot shop vac, I was able to lower the temperature quite significantly on the active side of the cooling vest that touches your skin. And so that showed real promise, and it seems like it's going to be easy enough to apply to a shirt of Under Armour. So I'll go ahead and try to apply that to a shirt today, so I can actually do a wearing it test, and hopefully be able to practice in it. Because if you aren't aware of what's going on, I have entered the Denver dance competition this year. Very exciting. Is it hailing outside? I think it started hailing all of a sudden. That's crazy. Anyway, weather. So anyway, I've been practicing for the dance competition for at least a half an hour every morning. On Saturdays, I go for about 2 hours or so, and things are starting to look pretty good. But when I put the head on, and I put the gloves on, and I have the tail, and the jacket, and the pants, and everything like that, it's just so insanely hot. After every run-through at full speed, I am just pouring with sweat by the end of it. So, ideally, I can put on this vest, wear it underneath my costume, and then I can practice in the costume, and then in between each attempt, I can just hook it up to the shop vac and then give myself some airflow, ideally. And then that will allow me to practice a lot faster, a lot more effectively, and then hopefully be more prepared for the actual dance competition in August. The dance competition is on August 20th. You're welcome to come check it out. Tickets are, I think they're still being sold online, but you can also buy them at Denver. It's at the Marriott. No, not the Marriott. Scratch that. It's at the Sheraton in Denver. If you don't know about it yet, Denver is probably my favorite furry convention. It's so chill, and the people there are like the coolest. And the people that run Denver are like all-stars. I went to MFF in December, and I gotta say, I prefer Denver for a lot of different reasons that I won't get into. One of the main things, though, is their headless lounges are incredible. Somebody whose name I can't believe I forgot actually donated these amazing contraptions with leaf blowers built into them, electric leaf blowers that just they cool you off so well. But at MFF they just had these little box fans, like these little window fans, and it was so bad. But anyway, I'm not gonna riff on MFF too much for that. Because I need to get started on building this thing. So here's the views of the laboratory, the desktop view. We'll just focus on the desktop view for now. Prior to starting the stream, I went and 3D modeled. Whoops. What in the world? Anyway, okay, I gotta save this real quick. Save STL as Minute Maid Adapter. You'll understand in a minute what I mean by that. For 16.4 millimeter inner diameter tube, and that's the V6, but that doesn't really matter too much. We can only 3D print one at a time anyway. Why does it keep doing this? I want to click on this. Why is it doing that? Anyway, what? What is going on? There we go. Now I can move things. So essentially what we've got here is a hose adapter. It's just a tapered hose fitting. So you push the hose on this side, it stretches out a little bit and holds itself in place. And this side connects to the cooling vest so that I can easily take it off and put it on. And then this side attaches to the shop vac, and it has one for each side. So I just need to 3D print those. I'll get those started. Don't look at this. This is for my job. Let's go ahead and find those files in my crazy overloaded list of 3D print files. Whoa, that is much bigger than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Well, that is going to take a really long time to 3D print, I think. So I'm going to do this one afterwards and like figure something else out, perhaps. Well, you know what? Let me just see how long it would take to 3D print that. It says it would take, oh, only 1 hour and 7 minutes for all of that? No way. No way. That's so fast. That is absolutely insanely fast. All right, well, you know what? Let's go for it then. Let's just go for it. So fortunately, this piece right here has a pretty nice smooth contour. So shouldn't be too hard to 3D print. Maybe I'll just throw some heavy supports around the bottom. Let's just go ahead and go all platform all the way. And that looks pretty good. We'll just add a couple in here where I think maybe it needs some. And I always like to over support my models, so I'll throw a bunch of supports in here too. Just make a nice little tree of supports. Let's see how that looks with a cross section. That should be fine. That should be solid. And that is going to print very well. It's nice and symmetrical, so it's not going to bend in one direction or the other. And let's throw some supports on this guy. And I think I'll print it kind of like this so that it's just sticking up sort of like that. There we go. I don't like to print these round cross sections laying horizontally like that because they end up looking a little bit weird and they're not particularly round. So we're just gonna go like this because I need some flat edges on here. Go back here, add some heavy supports just to take the brunt of the load bearing. And these actually need to slide pretty well, so I'm going to adjust these a little bit. These are just going to brace it, keep it from wiggling around. And nobody's going to care how this looks, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time making sure that it's real pretty looking. But I will put some supports here just to make sure that this doesn't wobble too much and get all wonky, all willy wonky, like that. And then I'll just sand this a little bit with some sandpaper, duh. And I'll throw some medium supports in here. Just like that. And I'll stick another medium support over here on the corners. Throw some medium supports down here. Some down there. Maybe one right there. Can never have too many supports in my opinion. I'd rather have the model be covered in little dots and turn out okay than have to redo everything later on. Okay, that song was not good enough for that reaction. That'll do it. I think that will do it. You know, but let me throw some, just randomly throw some on here, because this is actually kind of a big overhang. I don't want that to wiggle around. Oh, we're getting into the good music now. Oh, it's because I switched that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine with me. I'm just gonna move this over here. Voila. And then I can just copy paste that right over to the other side. Put these together a little bit. You know, I'll have them separated and see what happens. All right, I'm happy with that. Hit slice. Now I can load this onto a flash drive. And I can 3D print that. And it says it's only going to take an hour, so I'll just have to take my computer's word for it at this point. Hour and 9 minutes and 25 seconds, apparently. That's so fast. Let's see my slice real quick. I always just like to play with it. It's just kind of fun to look at. Cool. All right. Save that as manifold times 2. Manifold set. And that's going into this. And just wait for that to save. Whoa. Got a lot of notifications on my phone all of a sudden. Maybe I lost service for a sec. Anyway. I'm gonna switch it back over to the less distracting music. This is actually a little bit much. As much as I love this song, I need to be talking to. There we go. All right, looks like we wrote successfully to the SD card, so I'll go ahead and eject that. Not SD card, flash drive. Plug this in. It's already loaded with resin. Couldn't get any more convenient than that. So I'll just find that there file. And we'll see how fast this thing actually prints. I'm a little bit skeptical to do all that in an hour and 10 minutes, but I guess we'll find out. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for that, there's plenty more to do, because I have to make the adapters, and I have to actually make the foam cutout pieces. So we'll be doing that. I'm just clearing off this table and moving things around a little bit. So I gotta get my detail view camera moved over. Flip that over so you can see things the way that I'm seeing them. And let me I said I mentioned something earlier about the Snapple tops. Not Snapple, but the Minute Maid tops. And this is one of those right there. Now, if you didn't know this, Minute Maid cartons are actually like 99% paper, so you can just tear them open like this. And then on the inside, it's literally just paper. Which makes me wonder why the heck we're making so much crap out of plastic. Like, if you can store liquid in paper and keep it on a store shelf, why do you need to make these like 3 ml plastic jugs for like lemonade and crap and then throw them in the freaking ocean? It's stupid. Is this really the song? Why is that switching over to that all the time? We want it on chill music. We'll just keep it on chill music. So, I'm getting these little plastic threaded terminals out of them. And that's the cap that goes with them. And as you can see, I've cut a little hole in them. And that's going to come into play a little bit later. Because basically, what I want to do is, I want to be able to disconnect the hoses from myself pretty easily, so that I can put the vest on, and then just attach the hose to it afterwards. So then I don't have to deal with all the hoses while I'm putting the thing on and taking it off. So let me show you why. The reason why is because the design that I'm working on right now is number 3 in the list here. So this guy. And it's going to try to emulate a medical device called the Arctic Sun, where it goes underneath your arms and extends over your pectorals and a little bit onto your back. And because that's where a lot of your major arteries are running, and you have a lot of muscle mass there, a lot of veins running through those areas underneath your arms. Also, it's a really good place for sweat to accumulate. So those should be nice and moist for the design that we're going with, because if you remember from last time, the suction is what causes the water to evaporate. And the evaporation of the water, why does that keep switching over? What is going on here? I'm going to close this and I'm going to reopen it. And then we're going to chill and not freak out. And we're going to listen to just chill music, because I cannot concentrate when there is way too much excitement in the music. Stay, please just stay on this. It's very, very strange. I've never had this problem before. It's never done that before. So anyway, idea is we're gonna have basically 2 little things underneath the arms that are going to be able to unscrew, and then we're just going to be able to pop those hoses off. So this is a drawing of those hoses there, and then there's where the vacuum is going to attach. Now the vacuum, for now, that's just going to be like an in-the-shop kind of thing. So it's going to be a stationary item that's mainly just made for me to use to practice with. But if I really felt like it, I have an idea for something I could actually carry around with me so that I can cool things down even when I'm walking around, and then I don't have to be hooked up to like a vacuum the whole time. So we'll see how that plays out, but for now, it's just gonna be like a vacuum attachment thing that hooks up to my vest and my costume so that I can dance for longer. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. That's pretty good. That's a good volume. My dinner right now is blended. I've gotten into the habit of making these wonderful little blended shakes because they're a really great time saver, and I can get a lot more nutrition that way in the early morning. Because I dance for like half an hour or so, and then I have to get to work. I need to need as much time as I can to practice my dancing. So I blend up my breakfast, and then I just drink it on the way to work. That saves me a whole bunch of time. But occasionally I'll just do it now if I feel like I haven't gotten enough, nutrients in one day. So I've just cut this out, and I can just throw this away. It's paper. Who cares? So now, this it's also just paper, so I'm just gonna rip it all the way up to the flange, and by this time it's pretty much ready to go. I'm just gonna glue straight to that paper and not really worry too much about getting it all off. Just gonna rip just the edges here and just try to get as much of that out of there as I can. I think that there might be a little bit of plastic in between this paper right here, just to sort of hold this in place a little bit nicer. And just because I'm kind of OCD, I'm gonna use an X-Acto knife to trim this extra stuff off. There, just like that. And that's pretty much done. So now I have a nice flanged thing that I can put through the plastic and screw this cap on. Now the cap needs to be modified because my hose adapter, my hose fitting, needs to come through the plastic like that and then bend like that so that I can attach a hose on there like that. So in order to do that, I'm going to start with a rough shape using a X-Acto knife. And my idea here is to get it just wide enough that I can get my Dremel drum sander attachment through there. Just opening that hole up a bit. And I think I'll use my my previous cap as a stencil. So I'll reach into my very well organized drawer here, grab myself a nice fine tip Sharpie if I got one. This will work. And just trace that around. This is going to be I think 19 millimeter diameter opening, and we can check with the calipers what that actually is. Oh, it's okay, so it's like 20 and a half. No, it's like 19 and a half. Okay, doesn't have to be perfect. Put on some safety glasses and head over to sander. This is just a little drill press adapter that I got at Home Depot a couple years back. I needed it to make some PCBs. So this thing rotates around 90 degrees, and then you've got this little lever. You can plunge cut very small and very precise holes using micro drills. So that really came in handy for that. But now what I mainly use it for is a little grinding wheel that sits there. And yeah, it works great. I love it. It's fantastic tool. I might need to open this up a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah. What else has been going on? So my blended breakfasts have been getting really, really weird lately. I keep trying to outdo myself with how much stuff I can get in there. And the other day, I had one with broccoli, kale, asparagus, a couple of grapes, watermelon, pineapple, Nestle Nesquik chocolate, the collagen powder, supposed to be good for your skin and stuff. What else did I put in there? Scrambled eggs, cheese, some peanut butter, and I feel like there was more in there than that. That's already a pretty ridiculous shake. A lot going on in there. I think I can start spinning this. By the way, I apologize for the noise. Now, when you do this, it'll leave a bunch of these little burrs on there, so you'll need to go and trim them off afterwards. I don't have a deburring tool, but this X-Acto knife works great for that anyway. So, no big deal there. The X-Acto knife is like the quintessential cutting tool for anyone who makes things. Oh, that's what I had in there. Fruit juice. There was also fruit juice in there, so that it would blend properly. Oh, and blueberries. Blueberries in there too. So I then round this out just a little bit more. If it's not perfect, it won't matter too much. The adapter that I'm 3D printing currently has a pretty generous flange on it, so doesn't need to be too perfect. But I just want it to be smooth so that it'll rotate around. Just trim these burrs off of here so that we get a good seal. Because that's mainly what it's for. It's got a seal. That's looking nice. Like that. It's amazing what you can do with a Dremel. Back in high school, I built an entire suit of armor using only a Dremel. I made it out of ABS plastic, and that's actually this guy. It's been sitting there this whole time. Just amazing what you can do with simple tools. And how much does a Dremel cost you? Maybe like somewhere between 20 and 50 bucks, depending on what model you get. They are dirt cheap and they can do a whole lot of things. So, my sister is actually currently working on a Skyrim shield. So all the guards in Skyrim have like a different shield that they carry around. So she would go around collecting them in the game, and she thought it would be fun to go and collect them in real life. So she's going to try to make one of every Skyrim shield. And she's using my Dremel to do the... She actually used it earlier today to cut the actual circular profile of the shield out of some plywood. And then she used it to sand down the edges. And now she's going to use it to make the wood grain effect in the top of the shield. So really, really cool what you can do. All right. So now that we got these, we'll just set those aside for later. Maybe screw these on. And let's switch back to the main front-facing camera. Webcam, yeah, that's the one. We'll go with like this one. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Move this chair out of the way so you can see me a little better. Kind of gives you an idea of where things are at in the workshop. I left this table a little bit of a mess. Not really proud of that. And wow, yeah, this 3D print is actually going really fast. It's already at 2%. Oh, it's telling me here it's got 4 hours and 30 minutes to do. I may not be able to test it today exactly the way that I want to, but I'll at least be able to build the vest, and I can test one side at a time, left or right, just using the hose attachment on my shop vac, which I'll set aside for now, so we don't need that just yet. Some other hoses that I got at Home Depot. So what we got here is just your standard run-of-the-mill clear plastic PVC hose. It's not particularly stiff, but if it's going to be hanging off of me, I don't really want it to be very stiff, but I also don't want it to be too flexible either, which is a little bit of what I'm worried about with this. Because if you vacuum down a hose, it'll squish down, and air won't be able to get through it anymore. So a little bit worried about that, but that's why I got this as an alternative, because these corrugated pipes, see how they got ribs on them? These corrugated pipes, they are way less ready to squish down, which is why every vacuum cleaner hose that you see on the market for shop vacs or for for just household cleaning have these corrugated hoses on them. It makes them a little bit more bendy, which is definitely a bonus of it. But having that corrugation all the way around it also makes it a lot less likely to crumple. So keep that in mind next time you're making anything vacuum related, which is what this is going to be. It's going to be very vacuum related. I'll just stick this back on my shop vac for now. Okay, so what's this thing going to be made out of? Well, initially, I was planning on having this be a mostly 3D printed geometry. I like to go for 3D printed things a lot because ideally you can just turn on your 3D printer and just let it run overnight, and then at the end of it you've got a thing that you can mass produce very easily. But in the effort of trying to do that and 3D printing all of these hoses, because I have to sit there and actually glue these to a piece of fabric that's a really weird shape, it was extremely time consuming. So this actually took about four days or so to make. spending maybe about 2 or 3 hours on it each day, and it didn't even really work that well because the air channels are just super, I don't know, they're just not big enough, I think. And then it only had one inlet as well, so it would mostly cool down this area here a little bit, and didn't really work super great. It also wasn't very well sealed either, actually. So because this is kind of stiff, it didn't lay down very well against my skin. So you just had air rushing in from everywhere, which means that you didn't really get a good vacuum effect. And the reason that you want a good vacuum effect is because you want that water to evaporate. Because it's not just heat that causes water to evaporate, it's also a drop in pressure. The wind that blows over your skin is actually lowering the pressure at the surface of your skin thanks to something called Bernoulli's principle. So the faster air is traveling, the less pressure it has, basically, which is counterintuitive, but if you actually do the experiments, you find that that's actually very true in just about every situation you'd run into. So if you have a really large pipe and you have a certain amount of water flowing through it, and then you neck that pipe down to a smaller diameter, and then that water will, of course, speed up because the same amount of water still has to flow through it. But when that water speeds up, it actually will lower the pressure. So if you put a little pressure transducer in each one of those pipes, you'll see a big difference in the amount of pressure. So that's kind of amazing for humans, because if we didn't have that ability to, if we couldn't cool ourselves down by just the wind blowing over the top of our skin, we would probably overheat and die much more frequently than we currently do. Which is what happens in fursuit. Not the dying part, but we do overheat quite a bit. Because when you're in that big heavy costume, no air can actually get to you to evaporate that water. Although you're sweating profusely, the water is not evaporating. So how can you cool yourself down? And that's the other thing. Water evaporating is a lot more effective at cooling you down than just having something be cold on your skin. If you remember back to the previous cooling vest that I made that used ice water, melting ice on the surface of your skin is a really good way to cool yourself down, because the melting of the ice is requiring a certain amount of energy because it goes through a phase change. So when the water goes from solid to liquid, it requires a certain amount of energy to actually do that. I did the calculations actually for this, figuring out how much ice it would actually take to cool somebody down for a certain amount of time. If I can find this equation here somewhere. Doody-doody-doody-doody-doo. Where did that go? I've had so many projects since then. Almost there. There it is. Found it. So, these are the equations that we used, and the contribution that just the ice being cold actually makes is very, very negligible in the grand scheme of things, because the melting of the ice is sucking up 334 joules of energy per gram. The human body produces about 100 to 150 watts at rest of heat. So if you're in a fursuit, that's all just going to get trapped in there, and it's going to make you feel very hot and very uncomfortable pretty quickly. So that's the latent heat of fusion of ice. But the just water being cold, just ice itself being cold is only about, I think it's one joule or something per gram per degree Celsius or so. It's really not a lot. So the main thing that's cooling you down is actually the melting of the ice. But after looking into things quite a bit further, I found that the evaporation of water is about 7 times this number, while ice melting is 334 joules per gram of ice that you melt. Water evaporating into steam is about 2,000 joules per gram. So it's quite a bit more. Maybe that's not 7 times exactly, but it's still very, very significant. I can actually look that up real quick, just so that you don't think I'm making things up. If you do actually go back and watch this, I hope you do.
I just looked at this guy and he was asleep.
So I really enjoy doing this and sharing my love of science with you.
The best moment.
Let's see, latent heat of vaporization is what it's called. And we're just gonna add water. And the latent heat of vaporization, let's go to Engineering Toolbox. Fantastic website. And varies a little bit depending on the pressure. Heat of vaporization for liquid water at saturation pressure at temperatures from 0 to 300. So let's say body temperature, which is about 20 degrees Celsius or so. And that is 2,450 joules per gram. This is kilojoules per kilogram, but it's the same thing. It's just a factor of 1,000. And then we look at the latent heat of fusion of water, which is actually the more well-known one. That is, well, that's in calories. We want it in Engineering Toolbox. Latent heat of fusion. Oh, it's right here. From latent heat of melting, 334 kilojoules per kilogram, which is the same thing as joules per gram. So 334 versus 2,400. It's quite a bit. Let's see just how much more effective that is. My window is in the way. Okay, so 2,400 roughly divided by 334. That's, hey, it's about 7 times actually. I was actually right on. About 7 times more effective. So that's pretty cool. So let's go back to the workshop cam. Now that we've got that little bit of science taken care of, I'll take another swig off of my horrifying looking shake. Tastes good though. And we're just going to use this mannequin here as the form for what we're about to do. I got these shirts on Amazon from DevOps. These are just the same as Under Armour, but they're significantly cheaper. It's a moisture wicking fabric that works pretty well. Just by itself, these things actually do a pretty good job of keeping you cool. So, but they need airflow to actually work. They pull the moisture off of your skin, and then it's somewhat breathable. So as the air blows across you, it evaporates that water. And it's easier for it to evaporate because it actually has more surface area than just your skin. Because the water gets caught up in all those fibers, and that spreads it out a lot more. So you can evaporate it a lot more easily if it's spread out. That's thanks to the vapor pressure, I think. So if you have like a glass of water or something like that, everything from top to bottom, that just stays there. It's only the top layer of that glass of water that actually evaporates up into the air around it. So the more surface area that you have, the better. Which is why we can use something like this to help distribute, to help this thing work a lot cooler by distributing the water through this open cell foam. It's an open cell foam, meaning that air and water can actually pass through it without too much impedance. And this is actually a gutter guard material. It's a fantastic material because it's actually breathable. So if you're making something that you're going to wear out of foam, it needs to have a large, thick shape. I highly recommend this stuff because you're going to stay a lot cooler than if you're covered in a closed cell foam. And it's not the right shape yet because we want to go for something about 1/2 inch thick or so. So I've got a very large box cutter here, and I'm just gonna cut a nice section out of this. I already cut a little bit out of it for my previous experiment, which is hanging on the pegboard now. Just flip that over. My notebook's in the way. My notebook is the way. And I got all these tools here. So this is just like a snap-off box cutter, but what I like about it is you can extend the blade out a nice long ways, and you can just cut a really nice big section out of the foam with it. Just gotta hold it steady. It's the hardest part. Maybe I'll do it in sections or so. Doesn't have to look too nice because it's all gonna get covered up anyway. It's sort of the saving grace with this project. That all that nastiness of the foam just gonna get covered up anyway. Yeah, I think doing it in sections like this is definitely the easier way to go. It's always gray on the outside, but it's this nice black color on the inside. It's very soft too. So one of the things that I was really worried about with this is it being uncomfortable. But because this foam is just so luxuriously soft and squishy, it alleviates a lot of that worry for me. Oh, here we go. Let's go like this. And just pull that knife across a little bit of an angle. Seems to work best. And I'm just taking a nice 1/2 inch thick layer off of it. One thing that I don't like about this stuff is that when you're cutting it, it kind of sheds a little bit, so you'll wind up with this weird plastic sand all over the place. And I'm being very careful to keep the blade straight and perpendicular to the surface of the material. And when I've got this all the way cut, I'll have a nice piece of foam strip that I can make this vest out of. The vest is going to be just 2 sections underneath my arms, going across my pectoral area, and maybe extending to my my trapezius or shoulder blades a little bit. I wonder if they call it the trapezius because trapeze artists have a really pronounced trapezius. This is going really well. There we go. Whoops. I need to make sure I cut a little bit further in here. I'm probably not going to use all of this. But it'll be nice to have some extra laying around. And this foam stuff is only about 20 bucks or so. So you really get a lot of bang for your buck. There we go. This knife is terrifyingly sharp, so I'm being very careful not to chop into myself with it. Okay, that's pretty good. That'll be enough for what we're gonna do today. I got about 3 feet of it or so, I think. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3 feet. Cool. And it only takes about a foot or so, maybe less than a foot, to wrap all the way around me because I'm pretty skinny. For a larger person, it might take some more. But still should be just as easy. Easy to make. So basically this foam material is going to wrap underneath the arms, just like this. If you can see that. Let me change the camera around. Here we go. So this is going to wrap underneath the arms like this. And I think I might do like 2. So like 1 there and 1 there. And that should pretty much do it. So I need to cut this into 4 equally sized sections. I'll put this part back on, actually. With a little bit of glue or something, I don't know. I could just tape it too. I can use some double-sided tape or something like that. Just to keep it from falling off. All right, well, I'll cut that into 4 equal sections. Or maybe what I'll do instead is I'll measure it out. I'll see how much it actually takes to wrap around myself. And then I'll just do like 4 of those. So from here to here, just about. So that's onto my back just a little ways. That is this much material. And that's about 12 inches or so. So I may need to cut a little bit more. Okay. No big deal. I'll just cut a little bit more. If that's what I need to do, that's what I'll do. Take my ruler over to the table. Move the mannequin out of the way. Find where it says 12 inches. Which is roughly 1/3 of a meter. And this nice little chop. Nice little chop right there. Isn't it great having all these tools that just do exactly what you need them to. That's one thing that I'm just continuously thankful for, is the fact that we have developed so many different tools, each one with a specific purpose. Just like you and me. I like to think that people have a purpose. Some people are anti that, and I don't really understand why. Why would you want to not have a purpose? What is... Oh. Somebody saw. I wonder if there's anybody watching. Is there anybody watching? Hey, somebody has watched it. Is there anyone currently viewing it? No, they jumped on for, I don't know, like 2 seconds or something like that. So, oh, 33 seconds. That's a new record for me. I held somebody's attention for 33 seconds. Wow. Crazy. That's right. I was gonna make another section of that foam. I'll take this back over here. That is so convenient. I love that little magnetic thing. Excuse me. So I only need a foot of it, so I'm just gonna cut a foot. So that is about this much. Right there. Just gonna cut in. Just gonna take what I need. Very careful, just to keep that straight. Keep the knife where it needs to be. Maybe I'll extend it out a little bit. I'll extend the knife's invitation to cut the material nice and straight. Very consistent. I'm using a little sawing action here to help it cut a little bit easier. Reminds me of the vibro blades from Star Wars. Wouldn't that be cool? Just kind of go and just cut right into it. There's my little chunk of foam. Kind of feels like an afro hair, you know. I always wish I could grow an afro. They look so cool. Like Bob Ross, he's got cool hair. Well, he had cool hair. Rest in peace, Bob Ross. What a legend. And looks like I went a little bit wild here, so I'll just use the knife. No big deal. It'll just smooth that out a bit. Same thing with right here. Got a little bit crazy. And down towards the end. Doesn't really matter too much. I think if I had like a scroll saw or like a hot wire, yeah, a hot wire cutter, that would be the way to go. I'm curious enough if a hot wire cutter would actually work on this, that I'm gonna take a little scrap piece here and just do an experiment real quick. Live on the live on the stream. Let's see. I know. I have a little piece of metal I could use as the hot knife for now. I threw that into my scrap bin just a moment ago. Aha, there it is. And I always like to do these experiments with a pair of vice grips. This is a carpentry vice grip, but not really a big deal. Ideally, I would have, one with a little bit more of a texture to it. But these are fantastic. They are indispensable tools in the workshop. There we go. So that's held in there really firmly, and it's not going to touch the table, which is great. It hovers over the table and it's not going to light it on fire. And then the other tool I like to have around is a creme brulee torch. Makes a nice consistent flame, and great for heating heat shrink tubing, or heating up a brand to do some wood burning with, or the end of a impromptu hot knife. I'm not going to get it too crazy hot, just enough to sort of turn it a little bit of a color. Because it really doesn't take much to melt plastic, and I think that's what this stuff is made out of. Melt it. Hey, it actually made a nice little cut in there. So yeah, it looks like there's some merit to that. I could probably use a hot to cut stuff, or a wire cutter, hot wire cutter. Excellent. Oh yeah, look at that. That cut right through it. Sweet. Turned it green for some reason too. Not sure why. But all right. I'm gonna take a little break while that smoke clears out, because that's definitely not good to be breathing, and I will be right back. Okay, we're back. And I decided that this other one that I cut, I don't really care too much for how this turned out. This got kind of a nasty groove in it. So I'm just gonna cut another one out of this, and then it'll be the same thickness as this one here. Extend my knife again, and just repeat the process. Maybe if I flip it over, it'll be easier. Yeah, there we go. Feet first, you know what I mean? When I worked at Home Depot, these training videos would always tell you, feet first, which means you, when you're going to lift something, you should move your body into a position that's actually good for what you're about to do. So then you're not overstraining anything. Some of those videos were pretty hilarious, though. Those safety training videos often are. And in one of these ones, a dude was catching a box, or somebody was throwing boxes to him, and they're like, "You're not supposed to throw boxes to people." And he like got distracted in the video, and he like looks away. This is all just acting anyway. So the actor like looks away and pretends that the box hit him in the foot, and well, yeah. So the video shows the box hitting him in the foot, is what I mean. And then he like grabs his face, like the box hit him in the face for something. It was so goofy. That job really was a lot of fun. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a job like that. I actually often fantasize about going back and just having a nice simple job. Working in the aerospace industry is fun and all, but it's just too stressful sometimes. And it doesn't really make me any more happy than my Home Depot job. The people were friendly, the products were fun to learn about. And you know, some days you would just have nothing to do, and there was nothing wrong with just walking around, cleaning things up, sweeping here and there. Just tasking, you know? Nothing wrong with a job like that. If you feel stressed out, or if you feel bummed that you don't have a cool job, or what some people would call a real job, don't worry about it. Jobs like that are important. Somebody's gotta do them. And if you enjoy it more than 20% of the time, that's a good ratio. I like to live by the 80-20 rule, where work is about 80% stuff you don't want to do, and then 20% being fun and stuff that you do want to do. That's plenty. Ooh, this knife might be getting dull. Next time I do this, I'm gonna have a hot wire cutter. You'll see. It'll be much, much faster. Just flattening this out a little bit. And that's probably good enough for what we're gonna do next. Well, I didn't get this side yet. Never mind. Scratch that. There. That's pretty good. So you can really see how open this this foam is. It's almost like a fish tank filter. I like fish. Fish are cute. They're so harmless too, you know. Except for like barracudas and eels. Goldfish though, they're just so chill. Nobody ever has to worry about their goldfish like attacking somebody. And if you do, send me a video. That sounds like a pretty crazy goldfish. I would love to see it. Just don't want it as my pet. Am I just OCD? I think I'm just OCD because I just cannot stop myself from cutting this and just shaving it nice and flat whenever I see a bump on it. Okay, all right, I'm gonna refrain. I'm gonna stop myself now. So we've got our 4 sections. And looks like I cut them all a little bit different, didn't I? These two are the same. I just need to trim these a little. So this one is going to get a little bit of a trim. Yeah, this knife is definitely getting dull. It's getting duller than my office job. There we go. And I'm gonna pair one of these with one of these for each of these. So then we've got a fat one and a skinny one, as you can see there. Just slightly different lengths because they came from a wedge-shaped piece. This one I need to trim a little bit more off of. Grammar, Calvin Grammar. There we go, that looks good. Very, very good. Just trim a little bit more off of this one. And now they're all the same size. Perfect. And I'm leaving the wedged, tapered section, so you can see there's a little bit of a slant this way, facing down like that. And I'll probably have that section be the downward section. The larger one can be down, I think. And then these are going to wrap around the body like that. So that's going to be under the arm. And the inlet for the air is going to be like right there, right in the middle. So it's going to draw air in through the foam on all sides and lower the pressure. And hopefully, with the water that's trapped in the foam from sweating it out, evaporating, it'll cool you down. So, next order of business is trying to figure out how to get this onto that shirt over there. So my current plan is to put some, what is it called? Contact cement. That's what it's called. I was blanking on the name. Contact cement on this surface, just to get, you know, a couple places here and there, maybe just go around the edges. Stick that on, just temporarily, as a temporary adhesive. And then use plastic to seal this side and tape it down with some of Gorilla's Flex Seal knockoff, because the Gorilla brand Flex Seal is a little bit cheaper. And it works just as well, trust me. So let's go back over to the shirt. The Shirt of Wonder. +3 charisma, 9 intellect, -4 wisdom. There we go. There's some dust on my lens. Alright, let's see how this goes. I'll try to stretch it out as best I can. Unfortunately, this shirt is not very tightly fitting around this mannequin because this mannequin is even smaller than I am. I got an idea. I'll use like clips or something to keep this tight right here. Then I can work on it a little bit easier. Dogs are going crazy for some reason. Doo-doo. Aha. Here we go. Binder clips. These are some of my favorite things in the universe. Binder clips have a million uses. I used binder clips to hold together my very first rubber tail mold, and worked pretty well. So I'll just roll over maybe 2 inches or so of the fabric. It's nice and stretchy. I'll do the same on the underside to keep it tight, using the extra big binder clips. They're fantastic. Yeah, let's get the back side, because we wouldn't want it to be uneven. Wouldn't want it to feel left out. And maybe one more down here, just to really hug that mannequin. Much better. Nice and tight around the mannequin's torso so that I can work on it a little bit easier. Now, the other thing I think I'll do to make it easier to work on still, put a clamp on the head like this, or on the neck, I guess. And then that should act as a support to keep it from rolling over too much. Let me maybe put it on the bottom. Maybe that'll work a little bit better. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. That's way easier. So I've got this mannequin here, all fixtured up. Let's see how these will fit on here. Oh, all right, that's nice. That is pretty nice. And then this one is gonna go below it, right there. Always check. I think that's a good philosophy. What's nice is I've got these red lines on the shirt too to help me line things up properly. Here, can I zoom this in? Let's try zooming it in a bit. Maybe I have to do it out here first. And then this is supposed to be a pretty smart camera. There we go. So it should be much better now. There we go. This camera might be smarter than I am. You be the judge. All right. I don't know if you're supposed to shake this, but I'm gonna shake it anyway, because I like to go above and beyond. And you should go above and beyond in everything you do. Whatever you do, do it to the best of your ability. You can't go wrong. Did you hear that? That was nice. Aha! Smells like... smells like rubber cement. That stuff is very potent. Let's read the directions here. Shake well. Oh, you are supposed to shake it. And well, in fact.
I'll get straight to the point.
Shake well.
Who have to drug test his kids. I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something.
What if that one view was just me earlier?
Check your door.
Okay, anyway. Note, contact cement is not for use on high-stress bonds, copper alloys, or some plastics and vinyls. Some? Well, most fabric is made out of some sort of plastic these days, so I'm a little bit worried. But it's not going to be the main bond anyway. The main bond is going to come from the tape stuff. It says high-strength bonds, no clamps needed. You know what just occurred to me? Before I glue these things on, I can use them as a template. I've got some over on the desk there though that I can use first, so I'm gonna glue these on now just to see how well this stuff holds. And I think you're supposed to let this sit for a few minutes anyway. Right? Use only in well-ventilated area. Okay. Let dry until glossy, about 15 minutes, but not over 2 hours. Okay, so let me trace my plastic then first. And go from there. So what I mean by that is I've got this plastic that's going to cover everything so the air can only get in where I want it to, and it's going to keep everything else from getting wet. And that's just this plastic tarp material from Home Depot. This is pretty thin. In the future I might go thicker, maybe like 10 mil or something like that, but this is like 5 mil or something. It's very, very thin. And I'm just gonna get myself a good amount of it to work on. And the idea here is to just cover the outside. It's a little bit, it's wrestling, a little bit of a wrestling match to get this onto the table just right. There we go. So I'll just trace around here with like a pen or something, leaving maybe about ½ an inch or so all the way around. And then I'll just cut that out. So here's my pen. Please just stretch properly. Please? This is why I'm not a seamster. So sheet goods and fabrics are just too much of a wrestling match for me. I do know how to sew, but I'm not extremely good at it. I know just enough. Just enough to be dangerous. That's what they tell me at work. They tell me that I know how to do everything. And that, but personally, I think I only know just enough. There we go, that's a nice straight line. Flexing my drawing skills, I know. And then maybe I can use this one as a template for the other one. I'll just use this little X-Acto knife. So it's really not very thick. I'll just put a little cut in there. Nice, that's perfect. Our HR manager took me out to lunch the other day. Super nice. Super nice of him. His name's Chris, and he's such a caring guy. Paid for everything, too. The guy buys us snacks from Costco, just out of his own pocket. We keep telling him to stop doing that. He's just like, oh, I just love the work that you guys do, and so impressed all the time. I'm really thankful to be working at a company like this. All this super nice stuff. He's a great guy. And he told me they wanted to pay me more, and I was like, you guys pay me too much already. He was like, no, that's not even possible. We can never pay you enough. I was like, how do I feel about that? I just have fun all day doing science stuff. A little bit boring sometimes, but for the most part, I just get to design cool stuff all day. There we go. It's not like working at Seeker or Raytheon where you have to get permission from the government to buy a roll of toilet paper or something. It's a very laid back, chill environment. On any given day, I'll go from the machine shop to my desk to the electronics lab and just make all kinds of stuff. My shake. I put broccoli in it this time, and it's not bad. There we go. It's pretty good. I think I'll put this plastic stuff on after I put it on the mannequin. After I put this foam on the mannequin, I mean. Huh, I'm missing a chunk right here. Maybe I can just fill it in with like a little piece of stuff. There we go. No one will ever know. Okay. Let's take this back over to the table. Why are the dogs barking? I think I'm gonna go check on this. They don't normally bark. Okay, sorry about that. They don't normally bark like that. I guess there was somebody just parked in front of our house, just getting into their car. They were an Uber Eats driver or something like that. Our dogs, I guess, aren't used to that or something. I have no idea. Anyway, let's get back to what we were doing. And that's gluing these things on to the mannequin. Let's start with this one that I messed up a little bit. Oops. Oh boy. I don't want to glue the lid shut. Here, I'll just use a little bit. And you're supposed to let this stuff sit for like 15 minutes or so. Until it gets shiny? Is that right? I'll read the directions again. Let dry until glossy. And then I guess you can stick it on. I'll just sort of go by the feel, I think. Whoops, got it on my ruler. Whoa, I almost knocked the whole tube over, or can over, I mean. Oh no, I dripped it where I didn't mean to. Just trying to move things around. Just a little bit. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna go to that side of the table where it's easier to see. Maybe I'll bring my chair over too. Or I could just do this. All right. So I'll just spread this on here, just on the edges or so, I think. Just enough to give it something to grab onto, but not too much, as would block those holes. I'm gonna seal this up anyway with that tape, that Flex Seal tape. So it doesn't need to be held on permanently with this stuff. The whole point of this is just to make it so it's held in place. On the shirt while I'm applying the tape. Because it's really hard to tape something down if it's moving around a lot already. So I'm going to use this as the starter. Let's see if that's at all sticky yet. No, it's still not sticky. All right, well, it says it takes like 15 minutes or so. So let's just do one side like this first. See how that goes. Well, maybe I can just drizzle it on. Yeah, if I drizzle it like this, maybe that's a little bit better technique. Maybe dabbing is the way to go. Might be the way to go. Just drizzle and dab, drizzle and dab. Ooh, look at that. That was a nice little line. I don't really know what I'm doing, I'm just making it up as I go. Just like that. Just put a little drizzle on there. Yeah. That's pretty good. There we go. I doubt you'll be able to put this thing through the washing machine when it's all done, so. These cooling vests are gonna be a little bit of a learning curve to use and maintain. I haven't really thought too far ahead yet. They're not very expensive, so if I need to make another one, if I ruin this one and I need to make another one, then not a huge deal. Not a big problem, I mean. Now, I always like to wipe off the cap before I try to screw it back on so it doesn't get stuck on there. Should I do the other ones at the same time? Maybe we'll just do one side at a time. How long has it been? Has it been 15 minutes yet? This is where I started. It feels a little bit stickier than it was to begin with. So let's just give that like 10 minutes or so, and then I'll cut the hole in the thing in the meantime. Hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes. I want cookies.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Counting down. If you sound like that, just know that you bring joy to everyone you meet. I'll keep the camera on those just in case they catch on fire for some reason. Take my camera back over here. And I'll show you what I'm going to do next. The next thing I want to do is put these hose fitting caps somewhere in the middle of this plastic. So I'm just going to use this pen to trace a circle in the center of it on each of these. Just like that. And I'll use my knife again to cut that out, but let me get some plastic to cut on instead, because I don't really like to cut on my wood table. I was doing it earlier, but I kind of regret doing that. Here, I'll use my little spray paint shield. This is just cardboard. Nothing too fancy. But it works as a good backstop for the knife. There. Just pull that little circle out, good to go. And I cut this hole intentionally much smaller than it needed to be, because this plastic can stretch a little bit. So I'm just going to stretch this hole out a little and just force it over the threaded part, like that. And there you go. That's on there. Now lastly, I want to glue that flange down. So I'm going to use my favorite glue to just glue the plastic tarp material to that flange all the way around. So I think for this, I'm just going to use some good old Gorilla super glue, because it worked great. Shake it out like that. There we go. It seems to be flowing okay. And just put a nice little drop a glue all the way around the outside. Oh, that's the whole edge is already covered. Excellent. I'll just lay that down and just press it on. It's cool because you can see it clinging to it as you push it around. The glue just naturally wants to spread out. There we go. And Gorilla Super Glue is pretty fast, so should only take a second for it to fully adhere. Hopefully it doesn't adhere to the cardboard too much. There we go. I'll just keep applying some pressure to that for a minute. Just working my way all the way around. It's pretty good. Maybe I'll do this part on the wooden table so I don't... Well, actually, that's a terrible idea. I'll keep doing that on the cardboard. There's some packing tape still on this piece of cardboard because it's from a cardboard box. Probably Amazon. I order a lot of things from Amazon. Just go like that. All the way around. Maybe I could try hot glue for the next one as an experiment and see how it goes. I don't think it's fully cured yet, the super glue. So I might just need to set this aside for a minute and maybe work on the other one in the meantime. So I'll just do that. And if the other one's not done gluing by the time I cut this circle to the right size, then I'll use a different glue. No big deal. This time I'm going to try turning the plastic instead of trying to turn the knife all the way around. There we go. Cut that circle out. Done with the knife for now, so I'll put the cap back on it. Isn't it great that Minute Maid has these wonderful little flanges we can use? It's so thoughtful of them to put that in their design for us. Alright, let's see if that glue is dry. I'll give it a little bit of a peel test here. Oh, it's not done yet. I need that super glue accelerator stuff. Dogs are barking again. Why are they barking? Makes me nervous because I'm here alone and there's nobody else upstairs but the dogs, so who knows? Maybe today is the day somebody tries to break in. That'd be quite remarkable to capture that on the stream.
Okay.
I think I will switch to hot glue. Just a little bit. One thing I'm worried about with the hot glue is melting the plastic sheet. Use that. Keep my hot glue from dripping onto my desk. Maybe I could just tape around the back of it. I don't know. Maybe not. How far down do these caps need to go? Super glue sure sticks to your fingers in a hurry. It doesn't really care if you try to glue it to something you're meant to. This glue gun is from DeWalt, and it heats up amazingly fast. Got to invent a technique for this on the fly here. But that seems like it's gonna work. Yep, that's gonna work. So here, that's what we'll do. Oh, shoot. That's telling me this stuff is ready to be stuck on. We'll see if that's actually true or not. No. Doesn't really feel sticky. I might just use hot glue for this as well. Instead of contact cement. Maybe we'll just throw one on there and see what happens. All right, are you stuck? I'm gonna guess that you're not stuck on there. Whoa, it actually sort of stuck. All right, well that's cool. Let's move it 1 inch. And just stretch that over the material. See if that sticks. Sure smells funky. Smells very, very funky. But hey, that actually worked. I'm actually pretty surprised. Let's do the other one. I can't believe this is actually working. The only downside is that I haven't finished preparing the plastic sheet yet. But if this will just hold on there indefinitely, then I can keep working on that. Oops! Just popped right off of there. But hey, this stayed. That is fantastic news. I'm very surprised. I'm gonna readjust my clamp. I'll give them the clamps. And maybe I'll roll it over this way a little bit this time. There we go. It's a little better. Hopefully that's not gonna fall off like last time. Kind of want this squished up against the other one more. I don't know if I'm gonna get that wish. How can I get those to stick together? Probably doesn't matter too much. I'll just squeeze them together when I'm putting the tape on. Or, I know, maybe I could use some of this Gorilla Tape. Just a little bit. I'll take a section about this big, and then fun trick with duct tape is that you can actually rip it in 2 directions. Most of the time that happens on accident. And I'll just pull it together on the back, because I'm going to have tape there anyways, so it doesn't really matter too much. Actually, all of this is going to get covered in plastic, so really there's not much to worry about. If I cover something up, it won't matter too much. And I'll do the same on this side too. There. That's pretty good. Well, cool. Let me go finish gluing that flange onto the plastic, and we'll come back to this. I can't believe that worked. So what I'm thinking is maybe I pull this back, and then I can actually access the entire flange. And then if I just put some glue, just a little bit, all the way around the outside. Just turning it in my hand like that. Then I can just put my finger through it and lay the plastic down. Well, there you go. That actually worked great. Inventing techniques as we go. And it looks like it's made it all the way around. Wow, I picked up a hitchhiker too, didn't I? Sweet. That's fantastic. Maybe I'll add a little bit more if I need to. Maybe right here. I'll probably go for a little bit more there. Oh no. I touched the plastic to the tip and it melted it, so I gotta be careful not to do that. Otherwise I'm gonna wind up with holes. And the air isn't gonna be able to get down low enough pressure to evaporate the water. I don't know if I mentioned this, but the evaporation of water isn't just dependent on temperature. It's also dependent on pressure too. If you live in high altitude, you'll know this from trying to cook things and realizing that the recipes don't all work the same because the water in your food while you're cooking is evaporating at a much lower temperature. Well, maybe not much, but it is evaporating at a lower temperature. Because you're at a higher altitude, you have a lower pressure. I'll try to cool it down a little bit so that it's not melting the plastic onto itself. Sorry if I block the camera here. Just try. I've got a limited amount of time to work with on this till the hot glue cools down. So all the time I got. Typically, that's only a few seconds. This time, that worked pretty well. And I didn't melt anything either. And I only picked up a little bit of the cardboard. Fortunately, I had some spray paint on it, so it took the spray paint instead of the cardboard. Yeah, that worked great. Let me see if I can still get the caps on. That's one thing I'm worried about. That one's good. How about this one? And that, also very good. Funny thing about the way these seal is it's actually an annular seal, not a face-to-face seal. You'd think that the top edge of this just pressing against the cap is what closes it, but actually they designed this in a really clever way where, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little blade that goes all the way around the inside of the cap that actually meets with the inside of this surface here, and it's tapered a little bit so that the one fits into the other and compresses it down a little bit. So that forms a really nice seal. Very clever. All right. So for testing this thing today, if we're able to, I'll probably just end up putting the vacuum fitting over the top of this because we're not going to have the 3D print done by the time we finish that. But there's other things to do. I still need to trick out my fursuit head, so hey, maybe we'll get lucky. We're maybe about a third of the way through that 3D print as it is. It says it has, well, maybe a quarter of the way through that 3D print. It says it has 3 hours left. Maybe it'll finish sooner. Who knows? I'll put that back on here just so I don't lose it. Okay. So now we need to get that onto the shirt. So let's get back over to the workshop cam. Because that's a little bit bigger than what I can actually fit on this workbench. So that's going to go on there like that. What's kind of cool about this design is I could stick these on in different places if I wanted to. I could just add more of them as I go. I could put one here, here, I could put them on the shoulders, I could put them on the chest, and then just rig up all kinds of hoses and stuff to them. There. Okay. So, first thing I need to do is need to get my Flex Seal tape, and this is a really wide roll, so I'm going to need to cut it a little bit. I'm going to need to cut it down the middle so that it becomes a little bit easier to work with. I'll get my other box cutter just to score it. Let me measure out about as much as I need using Mr. Ruler here. That's about 1 foot, maybe a little extra. Let's go for like 14, see how that does it. So I want about an inch or so of extra. Maybe I'll tape it front and back first. How about that? I think I will. I think I'll tape it front and back first. So how long is this sheet? It's about that. About right there. Yeah, okay. That'll do it. But how far is this gonna stick out? Maybe... Well, anyway, I'll just tape the front and back first. Get everything stretched the way it needs to be. It's always a little bit complicated gluing things, or taping things, I mean, onto an odd shape. Because the tape wants to stay flat. It can wrap itself around a cylinder very easily. But if you try to wrap it around a ball or a similar shape, you get something really weird happening. You get all these crinkles and stuff around the edges. Here we go. Just chop through that. And we got ourselves 2 perfectly sized pieces of this tape. And this has a backer on it to keep it from just sticking to everything. So I'm going to peel that off. And then probably just take this off for now so I can line it up with the edge more easily. And I'll get about 1/2 inch or so, or 1 centimeter of overlap on the tape. Flatten it down without gluing it to my desk forever. Looks good. The other thing that's nice about this tape is it's a little bit stretchy too, so it'll stretch with the fabric. At least, that's the theory. It's hard to get the leverage to flatten this tape down. There we go. There we go. And just like that, it was taped to the shirt. Can't believe I'm using tape. Now I can do the back side. You'll be able to see this time. And this conveniently flopped over onto the table here, so I can apply the tape like that. Oh, that's right. I need to move this again. Cool. Oh, I left my tape on the desk when I walked over. I'll take this opportunity to grab another swig of my crazy breakfast shake. Not actually a breakfast shake. It's about 5:47 here. That's more of a dinner shake, I'd say. But it's got all kinds of good stuff in there. I feel like it's really been helping quite a bit to have that nutrition. You'd be surprised how much muscle I've had to put on in order to do this dance routine. And it gets a little bit better every day. Oh. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna live with that now. Once the plastic tarp material touches this tape, it becomes pretty much permanently bonded to it. What I can do now is I can actually stretch this a little bit over the foam. And I'll stretch the shirt out a little bit too. And then that'll squish down the foam a little bit more and even things out. And just rub that onto the back there, like a waxing strip. Cool. And that's pretty much sealed on the left and right sides of it. So now I have to do the same for the top and bottom. This is already much faster. And I can use this tape itself to measure out how far I need to go. And that's about right there. For a minute there, I was thinking about using this tape to measure out another piece of tape, but it might not be the same on the other side, so I won't get ahead of myself and risk wasting it. So I think it's about 20 bucks a roll for this stuff. It's not exactly cheap, but it's really not the most expensive. Maybe, was it 20 bucks or was it 15 bucks? I can't remember. I have the receipt somewhere, I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up. I'll look into that. Oh boy. Make a little mark just by cutting with the blade. So then I can cut it in the right spot. Nice and straight. There we go. Now I have my nice strips of tape. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Might have to sit down for this one. Let's give it a try. Oh boy, I don't know if there's an easier way to do this. But if it doesn't turn out super great, then oh well. I got an idea. I'll leave some of the backer on so I can peel it off as I go. And then I don't have to worry about this side sticking to things. I bet that's how they intended you to use this stuff anyway. So I'll line this up with the edge of the tape, and I'll give myself that half-inch overlap that I like. And now that's pretty much fixed in place. And now I don't have to worry too much about getting the overlap exactly right on everything. I can just go little by little now. take my time. Just take your time. Go at your own pace. Stretch it out as long as it needs to be. And just peel off the backing when you need to. Let's get a little bit more. And then I can kind of flex this a little to adjust how much overlap I have. And then when I'm ready, I can stretch it a little bit and flatten it down. There, just applying a little bit of pressure all the way around, just to get things situated. If it wrinkles a little bit underneath the tape, which it will, not a big deal. The tape wrinkles a little bit, which it will, also not a big deal. The main thing is just seal it up. It's okay if there's a little bit of wrinkles here and there. Sometimes it's inevitable. Unavoidable sometimes. Can't stress about the unavoidable things. Hot glue on here. That's a bummer. But hey, so far that's going pretty well. Gotta give ourselves some credit where we can. Celebrate the things you did right. That's what I say. All right, let's get that 1/2 inch overlap we like. There we go. I know it might look a little stupid, so get ready for that. But if it works, I'll be happy. I'll be very happy if it works. Because then I can stay nice and cool while I'm practicing my dance moves. And then I can practice for a whole lot longer and then go into the competition feeling more confident. That's what I'm excited about. And if I can make these for some other people, help them get better at dancing, help them stay in their fursuit longer. That'll make them happy, and that'll make me happy. I used to care quite a bit about turning my business into something that would be profitable, making a bunch of money, expanding Mechanical Magnificus into this big enterprise. But that's just probably not worth the effort. As I've grown up over the last year or so, I've learned that the things I think will make me happy often are not that. Things that make me the happiest are just doing things for other people. Making cool stuff for other people. Showing people inspiring things on Twitter and getting their feedback is always so much fun. I could do that. I could do that all day. That's pretty fun. All right, so we got one of these sides done. And it really doesn't look too bad. I mean, it looks a little weird. Sticks out a little bit. What can you do? This is not going anywhere, I think. Feels good too. Feels solid. It's nice and secure. Well, let's do the other side now. Same thing with the other side. Just gonna use some of that contact cement. It really doesn't take too long either. I'm quite pleased with that. What if I pointed it straight down at the table like this, and then I worked over here? Yeah, I'll just do it like this. That's fine. Because I want to be standing right in front of the camera anyway. Looks like the 3D print is going well too. So that'll be nice when that's done. I think we can probably kill about 2.5 hours. The next thing I want to do after this, I'll just give you a little bit of a preview, is I want to fix my my jaw on my fursuit head, because currently it's not opening very smoothly. It's very rough. So I'm going to figure out why that is. I think it has something to do with the hinge. It's just a shoulder screw, and it's going right through the resin. So my guess is that the resin has probably worn a little bit, and that hole has expanded some amount. So the hole has gotten bigger, and that's allowing the jaw to slide forward more than it should. And if the jaw slides too far forward, the teeth rub against each other, and that's what's making it rough. I've proven that so far. I'm very, very confident that that's the root cause, is that the jaw is too far forward. So if I can somehow move that jaw back a little bit with maybe like a spacer or a grommet or something, where the shoulder screw rubs in that joint, then that should fix the problem, I think. Just drizzling on the glue and move this out of the way so you can see the glue. I can always reach over there and grab a paper towel if I need it. For now, I think we're doing okay though. Maybe this time, I'll put a little bit of this contact cement on the edge that I previously stuck together with tape. Again, just, you know, putting enough on that there's some contact with the glue, but not so much that I plug up all of this surface area here, because that's the surface that the water from your sweat is going to need to get into and soak its way into the foam so it can evaporate more easily once the airflow gets involved. I want this thing to be super cool, super cold, I mean. I want it to be so cold, in fact, that it becomes uncomfortable. I want to feel like there's ice packs under my arms. And when I did my small scale test, and I was putting my hand on the surface of it while the vacuum was pulling on it, cooling things down, it felt like an ice pack. But hey, even if it just cools me down a little bit, that's great. I can be happy with that. Hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Counting down.
10 minutes, counting down. All right, well, that's 10 minutes. I'm not really sure what to do in the meantime. So I'm gonna take a little break and I'll come back in about 10 minutes, maybe with some cookies or something, I don't know. Guess I could clean up. I don't know, I might be gone for just a sec. We'll see, but I'll definitely be back in about 10 minutes at the most. See you in a little bit. Okay, so my phone's telling me that it's been about 10 minutes, which means the glue should be ready to stick things together now. So let's head back over to the workshop cam and give this a try. I got myself some frozen Thin Mints out of the fridge. Last time I saw a Girl Scout at Walmart, I was like, hey, can I buy a case of them. So I bought a case. And now I can have semis whenever I want. It's working pretty good. And sticking the edges together just like I wanted to. Makes sense. This is the stuff they use for cosplay quite frequently, to stick the edges of EVA foam together, which is a closed cell foam. So not exactly the same thing, but similar enough. So I think last time I gave it about 1 inch under the armpit, and then just pressed it down. Let's see, maybe like that. I'll try to line up the directions so that it doesn't look too weird. And there. And there we go. Let's just press it down. Get that glue worked into the fabric. Yeah, just like that. That's pretty good. And it's on there. It worked twice now. How about that? This, of course, isn't the ultimate hold. What's really going to hold it on there is actually the plastic and the Flex Seal tape over the top of it. But that'll hold it just enough to get that stuff on there. I'm really excited to try this out. Over your chest and under your arms is a really great way to cool people down. And if you don't believe me, that's actually how the medical doctors do it. I'll show you my desktop cam here. And I'll show you the product called the Arctic Sun. Well, I guess it's not really a product, but it's something that they use in hospitals to treat both hypothermia and hyperthermia. Hyperthermia, also known as heat stroke. Temperature is at the very core of the body's ability to function. True that. So this, let's see, products and accessories. This is what their system looks like. Temperature management system. Learn more. It's really not pictures here. Well, let me see. Arctic Sun on images. And this is pretty much it. That's exactly what we're doing. Can I like blow this up a bit? Make it bigger? Open image in new window? Well, there you go. You get the idea. We're putting those right underneath the arms and extending it onto the ribs a little bit as well. And now the way theirs works is it actually circulates hot or cold water depending on what's needed through these tubes, and it runs back to this big machine here. So that's an option if you've got about 10 grand to spend on a cooling solution. But basically we got an air version of that we can make for about $100, I think, at the most. Just some foam, some tape, and a shop vac. Those shop vacs, by the way, the Home Depot bucket head shop vac is only about 25 bucks or something like that, and it's probably my number one favorite shop vac, except for the Milwaukee ones. Milwaukee makes a really darn good shop vac, but if you're not looking to spend 100 bucks or so and you just need something small, those bucket head shop vacs are phenomenal. Oh, that's right. I was going to go back to the workshop cam because we got some more work shopping to do after I eat another cookie. This time I think I'll start in the front so you can see it. You can see what I'm doing a little bit. So, got my tape. I'll move the Gorilla Tape out of the way for a second. And basically, I'm just going to use my plastic here as the measuring instrument. And if I could remember where I put my box cutter, oh, it's hidden under here. I'll just take the box cutter and make a little line, just a small cut as a marker, and then I can use my ruler. Let me be your ruler to cut the section that's exactly the right size, and that's a little bit too wide. We need something slightly skinnier, so I'll do the same thing again, where I just make a little cut halfway on each side so that I can line up the ruler with something. Oh, this is not square. I want square edges. And just give that a good cut. And we got 2 perfectly sized pieces of tape. And last time what I did was I just laid this right on top of the plastic like that. Let me do it on this side this time. And if I really wanted to, I could potentially, you know what, let me do this as an experiment. I'm going to cut the backer. I think I've seen this done before. I'm not sure who showed me this, but if you don't drag the knife in very far, you can cut just the backer and separate it into 2 pieces. Let's see. Come on. Yeah, there we go. And now I can peel off a nice thin little strip of this, leaving exposed only the part that I want to. Line that up with the edge of this plastic. Maybe I'll flip it over so that I can see what I'm doing a little bit easier. And then now the only part, and now none of this is sticky. And I can just peel off the backer when I need to. So I could use that technique from last time. Just peel off the backer as I go. And then that greatly alleviates some of the danger of applying the tape wrong. Yeah, all right. I think I'll try that again.
Jet Set Radio! Whether you chilling in your couch or in your coffin, don't forget to tune us in.
I don't really need to do it too much here. Everything's nice and flat anyway. But I'll just lay this down. You know you really want to lay it down. Oh yeah. I sure do. Very cool. And I'll just peel off this backer as I go. And yeah. Just lay it down. Perfect. Doesn't get much better than that. That's exciting. I may have gone at a little bit of an angle on that, but that's okay. That is okay. Roll this over to the front, because I'm going to do the back now. Totally cool. Totally cool. Let's do it again. Lay my ruler on top, leaving a 1/2 inch just for measurement. Cut the backer just by applying a little bit of pressure, not a lot. Now I can grab that piece of plastic, pull it all the way off. And now this flops down onto the side that I need it, just like last time. Very convenient. And I know that these corners need to line up. So I'll just use a little bit of my dexterity magic from D&D. Apply it like that. Now I can peel off my other backing. This makes it so much easier to work with. And now I've got all this wonderful tape to work with. Really is nice. Really, really great tape. Haha! That was so easy. Wow. Okay, you have to try this technique. This really works great. Very cool. I want another cookie to celebrate. That mints are good. Very nice. So, I'm gonna use the tape itself, to measure out how much tape I need. We go right to the crease, right here. Put that under the ruler and cut it again. Then I'll double check how that cut. See if I got the right length on there. Looks like I did. And what I've been doing on this one is I've been lining up the edges on the front, but not so much on the back. But because the front is going to be the money shot. That's what I want people to see. So I'm focusing most of my attention on getting that correct and nicely. little halfway marks just with the tip of the razor blade. And just drag this across. And that's pretty much what I need there. Tape. Now this time, I think I'm gonna do the same peel it off as I go technique, but I'm going to do it twice. So I'm going to peel off a little bit of this, you know, half inch overlap. Very gentle. And just gonna peel off a little bit of that, just to get it started. Because I'm gonna stick it to the plastic first. And then stick it to the shirt when I feel pretty confident with that. Yeah, there we go. So then I'm not trying to line up the shirt and the plastic at the same time. I can kind of spread out my work a little bit, which you should always do. Try not to do too much work all at once if you can avoid it. I mean, you know, for your own projects, there's always going to be times that you have to muscle through. For your job or whatever else life throws at you. But I find that the kind of result you get when you try to rush a cosplay or some animatronic tail, cough cough, until the very last minute is never what you wanted it to be. It's always just a little bit disappointing. I remember about 2 conventions in a row, I wasn't able to finish my robotic tail. And it was a little frustrating. That was something I was really excited about having done and being able to show people. And it looks like I wound up with a little bit of excess material here. And what's nice is that because I didn't cut the backing, or that the reason, or what am I saying? What's nice is that because I cut the backing, I can just shave off what's not needed. Like that. Now this hasn't been taped down to the shirt yet, but that will be done in just a second. So I can start peeling off the backing on this side and making my way over to the front. I really wish this was fixtured down a little better somehow. Not really sure how though. How that would work. And I'm just using 2 fingers here up on top to smooth it down while I pull the backing out from the underside. So I'm only laying it down as it needs to be laid down. And now I'm just mashing it down with my fingers. Give it that final nice lay down. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That was very stress-free. And what's crazy is that we're almost done. And it hasn't even been a whole day yet. You know how rare that is for me? Oh, man. I love Home Depot. All these products. What a fun place to work. It just goes to show, you don't need a 3D printer to really do anything. You can totally do everything you want to without a 3D printer. Just because this guy or that guy has one doesn't mean you need one. If you're just clever and you know your way around a store, then you will go very far. And you can accomplish anything you want to, I guarantee it. This time I'm just pinching the plastic material up against the sticky side as I peel off the backing with my other hand. Those dogs are barking again. There they go. Not sure why. The dogs bark in the wild? And if so, what for? Why would they bark? I'm not really crazy about this song it's playing right now. It's a little bit too repetitive. So let's switch it up a bit. That's better. Sounds better already. Oops. Same thing, just using a couple fingers to lay it down while I peel off the backer with my other hand. It's a nice and simple, stress-free process. The only thing you gotta watch out for is that it's laying down the way you want it to. What's nice is that the material of the shirt can stretch a little bit, so you can just keep on pulling on the shirt, and eventually it just goes just exactly where it needs to. Except for right there. You can always pull that up just a little bit if it hasn't bonded all the way, and then smooth it back down over a stretched out shirt. Come on. My poetry's deep. He thinks. I like rap, actually. It's one of my favorite genres. Rap music. But not like stupid normal rap. I like Gift of Gab, Brother Ali. Atmosphere's pretty good, I guess. I don't really listen to too much Atmosphere, but Gift of Gab, People Under the Stairs, Del, the Funky Homo Sapien, Deltron 3030, of course. Very, very good, all of them. This got a little bit screwy back here, but that's all right as long as it works. Well, actually, it's all right even if it doesn't work, because you know what? We learned something. So now I'm going to take these binder clips off and see how this all looks from the front. Check that out. That's not bad. Should I try it on? What do you think? Nobody watching? Maybe I'll just lay down these couple of these spots a little bit more if I can. Maybe we'll wait till the 3D print is done. Only about 2 hours left on that. Hey, what the heck? This didn't stick very well here. Wonder why. That's kind of weird. Well, maybe I just need to press it down more firmly with my fingers. Or maybe there's something about this t-shirt material that just lets go after a little bit. Tape maybe just doesn't like to stick to it for long periods of time or something. I don't know. Maybe it's under tension and that's causing it to ease up when the tension is released or something. I don't know. Could do some experiments to figure that out, I suppose. But okay. See, the back got a little bit funky right here. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of a technique to this and a bit of a learning curve if I make another one and try to make it look nicer, but that's okay. I would like to get a larger mannequin. I feel like that would make this a lot easier. If everything was naturally just stretched out a bit more, or maybe I could make some sort of a form to mold these things on, maybe out of foam or something like that, something cheap and easy. All right. Well, I could try it on and then do a test with the shop vac. Actually, I need to empty out the shop vac before I do that. You know what? I'm gonna go empty out the shop vac, but then I'm just gonna work on the fursuit head a bit, while the other thing, while the 3D print finishes up. So, let me just get my hot glue gun put away. And then I'll just take a brief, I'll make a brief little recess while I run out to the trash can in the garage and dump out my shop vac. Just putting some things away for now. I'll give them the clamps. Got a lot of tools to put away. I should do workshop cam for this. And then have it track me like, while I'm putting stuff away. All right, you see me. There we go. That's always pretty cool when that works. Let's get these binder clips. Put those binder clips away. I don't know why, but Thin Mints always make my nose run. Maybe there's something in there I'm allergic to. I could make another pair of these pants with some glow-in-the-dark stripes. I think I have more of that glow-in-the-dark material left. Yeah, I do. Perfect. Could do that as well. Could also do that. So I'll set this aside for now. No, I'll leave it there. Still more to clean up. We're on the pegboard, duct tape, another clamp. Squeeze clamps are awesome. One thing I'm a little bit worried about. They lost me. One thing I'm a little bit worried about is the duct tape. Not duct tape, but the Flex Seal tape underneath the armpit here, like coming loose a little bit and then working its way up to my armpit hair and then being more ready to bond to my armpit hair instead. That would be really bad. I need to apply a little bit more of this tape to one section in the back that didn't quite get all the way taped. So just like that. And I'll just put a little rectangle on there. It's on the back, so not really a main focus area. Sometimes it's hard to get the backing off of it. Just lay this onto the front. This is like duct tape Zilla. Nashua brand actually makes a really good Flex Seal like tape. I just ordered some the small size of this shirt actually, which should hug the mannequin a little bit better, and also hug me a little bit better by extension. And if skin contact is an important factor, then that should help everything work a little bit better. 3D print, how are we doing? About 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 hours left. Okay, that's fine. Back of my hair looks nice. Let's zoom back out. Okay, what am I doing? Clean this off a bit. And then I can get my fursuit head out and show you what's going on with that. And how to fix it. Ruler can go over here. Sandpaper, Dremel cutoff wheel. Super glue. Duct tape. I have only 4 of those sliding lid boxes left to make. It's pretty exciting. So, reposition this camera. Get my fursuit head over here. Maybe I'll flip this over too so you can see what I'm seeing. There. That's pretty good. And I'm just gonna run the vacuum real quick, so I apologize for the noise. Cutting that foam left all this dust everywhere. I don't want to get it on my nice clean white fursuit head. Maybe not till after the dance competition. There. Just clean that off. Good. So there he is, there's the handsome boy. And what's going on with this guy is the head, the mouth, just keeps creeping further forward and further forward to the point where these teeth are actually rubbing on the inside of the lip here, which is just sculpted out of some kind of resin or epoxy clay or something like that. And you can see it can kind of shift side to side a little bit. So it is pretty free to move about the cabin, so to speak. And that causes it to rub a great deal. So I need to figure out how I can keep that from happening. Because if those teeth are rubbing on the lip, it is just not gonna move very smoothly. See how it's kind of jerky like that? It's not so bad on this side, but on this side it gets really bad. So I want to fix that. So I think it might have something to do with the hinge. Let me just put it on real quick and then make sure I know which side is actually rubbing. So I'll go like this and just put it on for a sec. Twin Blue Chimera's 5-point head strap actually works pretty well. But the main issue with it, the only issue I'd say with it is that getting it on is kind of tricky. If you have it nice and tight already, the only way to slip it past your head is to undo one of the buckles. And the buckles are kind of tough to get back together, so if there was a way to cinch it down similar to a Valve Index or an Oculus Quest or a Vario Aero, where you've got a little dial that gradually cinches things together, that would be really nice. You might even get an upgraded Vario, no, not a Vario, but an upgraded like Quest strap that has that BOA buckle thing. And just use that. Shoot, I might be the first one to try that. Alright, so which side? Alright. Uh-huh. So I'm just using my fingers to shift the jaw left to right just a little bit. And it seems to be rubbing most on the left side. Okay, so I need to bring the jaw back in such a way that the left side, the left tooth, gets more clearance. We'll see what that means. Alright, so the left tooth is what's rubbing. Maybe I'll make a little mark on that tooth with like a pen or something. You know what, I can even tell just by looking at it like that it's much easier for it to be over this way. So yeah, how am I gonna do that? I could pull the jaw on this side further back this way, and then that would pull everything back, so it would all be less likely to rub, and then it would also alleviate, it would also pull everything, it would pull the jaw to the left a little bit. So let's see how we can do that. So just looking at it like that. Oh, look at that. There's definitely a bit of movement there. Ooh. That's moving quite a bit, actually. That is significant. That's moving more than a millimeter total. I think that's probably moving about 3 millimeters or so. Let's see if this side moves too. Yeah, that moves also. I bet you that hole has just gotten a bit bigger over time. So let me get like a flathead screwdriver on each of these and try to move that over a bit. Where'd my little flathead screwdriver go? I had a tiny one. Short, stubby guy. I like to use it to pry things because it's very sturdily built. Flathead screwdriver, please. Yeah, there's one. Good on Chris Jumes for using flathead screws. That's the way to go. Flathead shoulder screws, no less. That's very, very good engineering. So what we could do is we could wrap this a little bit so that it doesn't wiggle so much, because that hole is like a lot larger diameter than it needs to be. Almost like twice as big as it needs to be. And actually, now that I look at it a little closer, it looks like it's also not perfectly round either. So let me set this screw somewhere I'm not going to lose it. I might need to get my Dremel and just round that hole some more. And then I can put like a bushing or something onto this flathead flat screw. So let's see, this needs to be up further this way, like that. So I could wedge something in behind here to get that up further. You know what? I do have some epoxy clay. I could probably pack the epoxy clay in there and then just re-drill the hole where it needs to be. I'm gonna try that. Or I could even, like, while the epoxy clay is still this is the epoxy clay. So while the epoxy clay is still malleable, I could actually use this to press a nice tight hole in there. So just to make sure I know exactly what I'm doing, it's the left tooth that's rubbing the most. So that all needs to come over to the right a bit more and further back. So I need to pack this side in. I'll just put some Sharpie on the joint so that I know to have the contact area right here and right here. That will pull things this way, and that will move the whole jaw sideways towards this thing. It'll angle the jaw this way. So This epoxy putty that I have, I think, is for wood, but it should work for this as well. Peel here. I wonder how long it takes to dry. Dash cure. It's epoxy, so it cures. And it says to me, are there not instructions on here? Precautions, first aid treatment. I don't see instructions on here anywhere. I have no idea how long this is going to take to fully cure. But I know that if it's wood-like, I can probably sand it and all that jazz. Look at one of my trashed razor blades. Took out a small chunk of this off. I don't really need a lot. Just about that much. Kind of looks like candy. Another forbidden snack. Pretty easy to work with. You just mix it until it becomes one homogeneous color. And I'm trying not to shed little bits of it everywhere. You know what, this was on the end, so I'm gonna get some of this fresher stuff from the middle. This has been sitting over there open for a while. This already feels a little better. I don't know how long this can sit open and still be effective. But I can always run to Home Depot, get some more. Smells like something, so it might be working. This will be my test piece, how about that? Stuff is messy. It's all over your fingers. Oops. So, here's an idea. I could take a drill bit or something, maybe a screw, or a pin or something like that. And then that would just hold the hole open for me a little bit. Well, it's an idea. Let's pull this out. And I'm just going to pack this in here. Really tight. All right, that's pretty good. I can always sand off the excess if I need to. So that's what this stuff is made for. Made to be sanded after the fact. That's kind of why I like it. We'll see if that actually works. Worst case scenario, it just pops out. I'm not packing it in too far on the sides that need to touch each other. So it will have one direction that it should come out pretty easily if it needs to. All right, well, I don't know if that's gonna work or not, but it's worth a shot. It's not hurting anything if it doesn't. And if I accidentally manage to fuse those together, I'll just keep my mouth shut. Nah, they're not gonna fuse together. It's not gonna be a problem. What else could I use for that? I could potentially use that 3M stuff. I could also have done it with hot glue, because hot glue fixes everything. That's been the answer to like 90% of my problems, is hot glue. Just use hot glue. I'm just gonna use a razor blade to trim off some of this excess. This excess I've been living in. I don't know if that's gonna bond to it. We'll see. Seems to stick to it a little bit. I don't know. How gluey is it really gonna be? I'm gonna look up the instructions online for the final word on how long it takes to cure, because I didn't see it anywhere on the package. This isn't wood filler, this is something else. Okay, that's good. Good enough. Let's see. Let's go desktop. I'm gonna wash my hands with some isopropyl to get this residue off. I always keep a whole bunch of isopropyl around because that's what I use to wash my 3D prints with from my resin printer, of course. The FDM printer, you don't need to wash the parts. There's different post-processing you have to do to that. Normally that comes in the form of trimming off little stray bits and blobs, the hairs that come as artifacts of the printing process. All right, and let's see. What's it called again? Weldwood? Yeah, here it is. Quickwood. Quickwood. Cure time. 1 hour. That's not bad. Takes 15 to 25 minutes to set and cures in 1 hour. So does that mean an hour and a half total, or what does that mean? Maybe I'll take this opportunity while it's still a little bit mushy to just give myself a pilot hole. Something I can see through. There. That's good. That'll just help remind me where the hole actually needs to be. And in about 30 minutes or so, I'll come back and check on my little sample and see if it's gotten any better. Gotten any harder, I mean. I like this stuff. It's pretty cool. Just wish I knew where the cap was for it. Maybe I'll just put some duct tape over it. Call it good. I think that's what I'll do. There we go. There's a nice little cap made of duct tape. All right. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and empty out my test back.
You know, I really think this is a funny thing, but if all the people said, and they can tell us we're crazy, and we can say, well, you haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, where am I? Where am I? Web. Oh, there it is. There it is. So this is this stuff's hardening up. I think I'll probably give it maybe another 20 minutes or so, and then I'll put some pilot holes in there just by hand with a little drill bit. That'll be good. So we gotta find something to do in the meantime, and I've been meaning to make another pair of my wonderful Magnifipants. I don't really call them Magnifipants. They're just pants that have things on them. Square thingies. I'll have this guy stop tracking me. Okay. So it's no longer tracking. And then I go like this, and it zooms in. so I can now angle it down at the table. I brought down a pair of old pants that also have that nice blue stripe on, or white stripe. They're blue pants, but they have a white stripe. And that's what they look like. And these have been through some hell, because I failed to remove the backing from the vinyl strips when I ironed it on, and it started to peel off. So I took Plasti Dip and spray paint and tried to fix it, and then that started to peel off. So yeah, we're not going to do that this time. We're going to remember to peel off that backing. But I basically brought these down so that I could use them to line up the next white stripe. So, just gonna line these up next to the previous pair. Maybe like that. Maybe I'll go back to back. No telling what I might do. Go crazy. These blue ones have definitely shrunk in the wash a little bit. I don't know if you can tell, but they're a little bit shorter. These green ones haven't been messed with yet. These haven't been washed yet. Let me get like a fabric pen or something. I guess I could just use pencil too, actually. Graphite washes out pants, right? And my sister stole my pencil, I think. Yeah, she did. Well, that's okay. I have other pencils, so I could use this one. So, I'll just take my ruler and go nice and parallel like that, and just draw a mark all the way across. A couple times. And it looks like that left a somewhat visible line to go off of. Doesn't really matter too much to have the second line, but we'll just go ahead and throw that on there anyway. Typically, I just lay the material down seam to seam. Oh, and these are the back of the pants. Ooh, that was close. Almost did marks on the back. That would have been really weird looking. Really weird looking. We want those on the front. I want the seams to be visible, and I want them to be laid down nice and flat. There we go. Perfect. That'll do. I just want these roughly in the same spot as last time. I want something more visible. I'm gonna do paint pen. Or maybe just Sharpie or something. What's gonna wash out? I think paint pen will probably wash out more readily than Sharpie will. And I'll go with a white paint pen. So, as to match the color of the material I'm putting on there, and I'll just put 2 dots. Just like that. Doesn't really matter if I have these other ones on here, but I'll just throw them on there for good measure. Same for the opposite side. Flip these over too. Jeez. This table is covered in dust. That's okay. I got to have my favorite food last night. It's an Asian dish called sukiyaki. It's like a hot pot style soup. They serve at a restaurant in Denver called Kobe and Lohai. I think it's named after the street it's on. I don't really know. And it's a mixture. It's a broth of very sweet, high sugar content broth. And it's got like acorn squash in it, udon noodles, clear rice noodles, and ooh, ow, knee hurt for some reason. What else is in there? It's got shiitake mushrooms. It's got these little tiny, like fairy ring mushrooms. It has, what else is in there? Did I say acorn squash yet? Well, anyway, it's got that in there. Some like cabbagey type things, onions, just all these wonderful ingredients. And tofu, it all boils itself down and becomes this really luxurious boiling broth with all these little goodies in it. And then you take some very, very thinly sliced Wagyu or Kobe beef, and you dunk it in the hot boiling broth for a good long while until it becomes browned up to your liking, which is what yaki means in Japanese. It means how you like. So teriyaki or sukiyaki is served how you like. So this is 5 millimeters. I'm gonna get an actual Sharpie now because I need to put marks on white. So a white marker is not gonna do a very good job showing up. Should I go like this? Nah. Let's do it like this. So I need to measure out 5 inches. I'm just gonna cut a nice big strip. Still got my razor blade over here. That's convenient. Just pull it across and we're done. I'm gonna do 2 of those. It's okay to draw on the top of this because there's actually a protective film on here that you peel off afterwards, after everything's ironed down. So if I could draw whatever I want on here and it's not really gonna matter. Let's get my measurement right. The only thing that really matters here is just getting the edges nice and parallel and sharp. So it's definitely a bit of a detour from what I thought we were going to be doing at this current moment in time. But this 3D print is taking a lot longer than it said it was going to. So, I can get these out of the way now. I should throw these away. They look pretty atrocious. but I don't know. I'll keep them around if I need some work pants that I don't care too much about. And now, the idea is to line up the edge of the seam like that, so that it runs perpendicular. And I'm going to just put a mark here and here where it lines up with the seam on the opposite side. And I'll take one of my many rulers trim off that amount of excess. It's not good to live in excess. And it doesn't look like there's any kind of special backing on here. I'm gonna take a really close look at it though. See if I can peel anything off. It doesn't seem like there's anything on there I can peel off though, so.
You love something more than you love yourself. Don't you ever dare.
I'll start heating up the iron, and then I'll go grab a piece of foam to put underneath it. Not really sure how hot I had this before, maybe like 140 or something like that. I know I've got some excess around here somewhere. There we go. A couple sheets of it even. I like to keep a bunch of EVA foam around because it's great for making stuff with. It's also really good for insulating your table from the heat of an iron. If I were to try to iron directly onto this, it would probably melt a bit of the table underneath. So instead, I'm going to put this piece of foam underneath instead, so that it just heats up the foam a bit. And because I'm probably going to reuse this for making cosplay or something later on, I'm going to use the non-usable side on here. So that if that gets a little bit shiny looking, which it will, it's not a major loss. It looks like I need to trim this a little bit more. Maybe. Yeah, I might need to trim that a bit. Just a little bit. Not much needs to come off. There. That's pretty good. Maybe I can just stretch these a little while I'm ironing it. So now this protective film on here should keep the, it's just on there to keep the vinyl from melting to the iron, basically. Not really for much else. I'm just going to start at this end and apply a bit of pressure to start melting it on. And I like to do this little twisting motion when I do it. Helps a little bit, I think, to keep it from putting too much heat in just one spot. This is a really thin vinyl, I think. It's much thinner than it was the last time. I keep running into this problem where I buy something off Amazon and it was great. And I go back to buy the same thing again, and it sucks. From the same company. Everybody's cutting corners these days. I don't know what it is. It just drives me crazy. I just want reliable products I can count on. So that's a little bit frustrating. If anybody knows why that's going on, or if there is a consistent supplier of this iron-on vinyl, specifically glow-in-the-dark white, let me know. So I'd love to keep making these pants. And I'd love for them to be the same every time. Alright. That's all there is to it, really. Just heat and pressure. That's pretty dang hot. So while that's cooling down, I'll go ahead and do the other side. Same thing. Just line that up with the seam. Things aren't always what they seem. And we just put the marks on there. We can trim it off at an angle. And then it'll line up just right. Gotta reach across with my other hand here. That was a little precarious. And just give it some pressure to get it started. And then you can take your other hand off of it and use both hands to mash it onto the fabric. And the vinyl literally melts into the fibers of the pants. That's pretty cool. Whatever this plastic is up on top, though, it's pretty heat resistant. Could be useful for something else. And it's also, it's not very sticky either. I wonder what it is. It's possible it's like polypropylene or something. Or it could be some form of Teflon, something that withstands a lot of heat. Teflon pans, you should know, if you watch this, Teflon pans can only really get up to like 415 degrees Fahrenheit before the Teflon actually starts breaking down. If you've ever had a Teflon pan that looks kind of brown, and you know, if you used a Teflon pan for a long time and it starts to turn kind of brown and it loses its slipperiness, that means the Teflon has been breaking down and getting into your food because you've been heating it up too much. The flame coming out of your stove is over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's really just, you know, it's a matter of thermal equilibrium. If you're not dissipating heat from your pan fast enough, it's going to overheat. So that's one of the reasons you want to make sure you use the smallest possible pan to cook your food, so that you're not cooking your pan at the same time that you're cooking your food. So it is, you know, there are safe ways to cook with Teflon pans. I'm not saying that's, you know, unavoidable. But if you can afford it, I prefer those copper ceramic pans, because ceramics, unlike plastics, can withstand thousands of degrees Fahrenheit, not just hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit before breaking down. Ceramics are literally a type of rock. They're very, very strong. Okay. So if you're worried about getting plastic in your food, just don't use Teflon pans. Here is the other side, and we're gonna peel off the plastic. This is like my favorite part. I love this. Just gently, whoops. And then you can kind of tell where it's maybe not bonded all the way. So I'm just gonna take the edge of the iron and just go around the outside, melting it down. A lot of pressure. I don't want this stuff to come up. I don't want it to lift off on the corners or anything. I keep a little bit of this liner around just in case. And voila. Perfectly, ow. It's really hot. Anyway, I keep a little bit of this plastic liner around in case I need to repress any areas that are starting to lift up, if that does happen. Here comes another one. All the way off. Beautiful. That is so satisfying. I love doing iron-on vinyl. Now these pants are ready to be thrown in the wash and worn. Probably wear them as is, but they're a little dirty. A little dirty. I'll just shake them out. Put them in my drawer. I'll do that later. I think we probably killed about 20 minutes there. Our 3D print says 1 hour left, but I think it's actually going to be about 30 minutes just by looking at where it is. And then maybe I can even test the thing live on stream. Wouldn't that be cool? Let's see how this wood putty stuff is going. All right, so it's definitely stiffened up a little bit. It's still malleable. So this might be the perfect opportunity to use a drill bit and just start sizing up the hole. Save myself some headache later on, accidentally drilling things out and then removing the entire plug on accident. So I'm just taking a little drill bit and just sort of going in with just my fingers. I want the hole down on this one, and I want the hole up on this one to pull everything this way. Seems to be working. Seems to be pushing the stuff more than it is actually drilling it, which is okay. As long as it hardens in the right size, or the wrong, as long as it hardens in the right place, I can always sand off the stuff that went a little bit outside the bounds. Yeah, this is nice so far. I like this stuff. It's working pretty well, I think. Is that not focusing? What is it trying to focus on? There we go. Camera has a harder time focusing sometimes than even I do. I don't know why. Why did Sarah feel the need? No, not Sarah. Crystal. Why did Crystal feel the need to drill these out so much? Have they just been expanding this whole time? Really a lot of play with that jaw, man. Okay, let me take some measurements before I go any further with the hole. These are fractional bits, so what's awesome is that this set of calipers here, I have a button where I can change it from decimal to fractional for inches. I love these things. So it looks like this little shoulder screw is 25. Okay, so it's 13/64. And I actually have a 13/64 drill bit. So I can actually just keep going until I hit the 13/64 size. And then it should be a perfect size when this putty is finished hardening. It's definitely a good time to do this. It's perfectly malleable at the moment. $13/64 seems too big though, in my personal opinion. Okay. No, actually, holding the drill bit next to the shoulder screw, it totally looks like the right size. When I'm done here, this is going to be an amazingly good fit. .3/16, not much further to go. I just hope this stuff can take some mechanical stress on it, such as the jaw moving repeatedly and getting shaken around while I dance. Let me just trim off some of this excess while I can. Ooh, that works really well. Just very gently getting after it with the razor blade, so that it doesn't shift around too much. And loosen up. That's pretty good. Let's get this one. And then I'll have less to grind off later. Just saw that movie last night in Soho. Last night. Thought it was pretty good, but there were a lot of points in the movie where it just kind of dragged on a little bit. But overall, I liked it. It was pretty original. I think it was, at least. I haven't seen every movie in existence. I've seen a lot of them. And I thought it was pretty original. Alright, that's the 13/64 drill bit. Alright. Oh, there's my drill bits. It's been hidden by this unnecessary little box down here. Anyway, my dad got those for me for Christmas or something. No, actually, that was just a random gift of his. He's so nice. He'll just randomly get me tools. I got a great dad. I hope you do too. I wish everybody could have great parents, but not everybody does, unfortunately. And if you didn't, you know, that's all right. You can reparent yourself. Just be nice to yourself. That's what they say, at least. I don't know. I was having this conversation at work, actually, a couple years ago, where we were talking about what it would be like if people could live forever. And one of the points that came up was that you would never escape the shadow of your parents, where your parents would always just be some step ahead of you. But here's the thing, is that the way things currently are, your parents are about 20 years older than you or so. So when you're like 60 years old, they're like 80 years old. So maybe like 20 years at minimum, right? So my parents were like 25 or something. So they were like 25 years older than me. So when I'm 50, they'll be 75. But it's all relative, you know? How much older your parents are than you is a percentage of your current age. So 75 compared to 50, that's a big difference. But 1,000 compared to 1,025, not really a huge difference there. So at some point, you would feel like you're pretty much the same age as your parents. And you wouldn't have to worry about, quote, escaping your parents' shadow or whatever. I don't think it would be a big concern. I'm just gonna screw these two together so I don't lose them. Maybe I'll just check the fit real quick. Yeah, that's great. Excellent. And then I'll just screw these back together. Call it good. How much time we got left on this 3D print? We got 45 minutes. So I need to find something to do for 45 minutes. I guess I could practice my dance routine. Get all hot and sweaty. It's like 8 o'clock. I haven't even had dinner yet. Where's my... Oh, I keep forgetting that this is mobile. Anyway. How's the stream doing? Did I get any more visitors or just me still? Yep, just me. I'm curious to see if my if viewing this on Twitter shows up. Cool. I could actually hear myself too. That is neat. Let's see. So I just viewed it for like 30 seconds or so. So if I go back to the stream, let's see if that shows up as a blip here, or if it has to be someone else. Do I hear a dog venturing downstairs? What if I click on this and then literally go to YouTube? Does that appear as a viewer if it's actually me? What's new in Chrome? I should hit like on this. Boom. Just liked my own video. Ta-da! Yeah, it doesn't look like it shows up, so that means that this one viewer back here that popped in for about 30 seconds, 33 seconds to be exact, was actually a real person. And they couldn't stand me even for 33 seconds. That's alright, you got better stuff to do. A lot better things to do there than watch. Oh! I do have the cap for this. Huh. I just assumed that I had lost it. Voila! Except that's a little weird. It has a hole in it. Let's see, after this stream, I'm probably just going to make more boxes. So that's not very exciting. Unless you really like boxes. Are you a box lover? I actually have a wooden box that I'm quite fond of, and it's not one that I made, but I have it on my desk. It's holding in some, holds in all of my little wood burning tools. It's the large Troika brand. My wax seal. And the Sinter's Mark thing. This is getting annoying. Let's just jump past that. And I'll switch over to the webcam here. Let's just hang out for a bit. Just webcam. That's weird. I thought I had a just webcam that wasn't flipped. Oh, there it is. Okay. This box is really cool, actually. It's made entirely out of bamboo, which is already really cool because bamboo is like one of the fastest growing hardwoods that exists. So it's very, very quick to farm it, and it's very renewable, and it's also really, really hard too. So it's very strong, very fibrous. Bamboo is like one of the hardest woods out there, but it's also just, you know, squishy enough that you can machine it, and you can make little grooves into it like this has. See these little grooves? That's because the top of this box has a matching groove that you just slide right in. And now, most tea companies would just put it in some sort of maybe foil-lined pouch, or a foil-lined bag, or maybe they might even just put it in a metal tin or a plastic bag or something like that. But these guys, they went and manufactured this wonderful sliding wooden top box. And they didn't stop there, because they could have put a sticker on here for this. They could have put a sticker on each of these faces. These are not stickers. These are actually screen printed onto the wood itself. In multicolor, even. Multicolor screen printed, the way that you would do a t-shirt. And look at how fine the detail is on that. You can even clearly read all of the comments and the instructions on the back of the box. Absolutely blows my mind. The only thing on here that's not wood is the sticker that holds everything shut. Although the friction of the lid does a fine job of that. And the wood glue that holds the pieces of the box together. When you're done, you could just throw this in the trash. What's ironic is that the most disposable, least harmful to the environment tea box that I own is the one that I least want to throw away. It's just gorgeous. And it's just such a wonderfully designed little box. I actually based the boxes for the Dreamkeepers Fermenté bottles off of this design. I emulated that same idea for the sliding top box that can, if you want to, just rely on friction to stay shut. And if you ever do throw it away, it's not hurting anything, because it's just wood. So I keep this box as a reminder of how you can design things that will not only last, but don't need to last forever. One of my gripes with plastic is that it literally lasts like 1,000 years. And why would you ever design something that's going to last like 100 times longer than it's going to be used for? Doesn't make sense. I say that as I'm drinking out of a plastic blender mug. It's cheap. That's why you do it. It's cheap. Sounds like my sister's home. And looks like my 3D print is getting close, maybe about half an hour or so now. Let's just screw around in Fusion 360 for a bit. I'll show you some tricks. Let's see. What can I design that would be fun? I've been wanting to design a watch for a while that just says now on it. Maybe we'll do a little time is now watch. I'll go over to my promotional stuff and just create a new thing to look at, a new thing. So first of all, kind of want some inspiration for this watch. So I'm gonna move this over a little bit, and then I can open up another window. And let's just make something like this, just something simple. And then let me see if I can just get watch straps on Amazon. And yes, you can just get watch straps on Amazon. How do they mount though? So it looks like there's a little pin thing pops out. A little spring-loaded pin. We could do something like that. Or we could potentially just put some nylon webbing, like this stuff, straight through. Might be a little stronger if we're 3D printing the watches themselves. Not really sure what I want the watch to be made out of yet. Good lord, that's loud. They're like throwing a bone or something. All right, let's see. And since this is our watch, we can make it whatever size we want. Let's start with the face of the watch. All right, I got my calipers here. Let's measure it out. I kind of like a little watch. Personally, I don't have really large wrists, so I go for a smaller watch. Here we go. So let's say 33 or so, 33 millimeters for the face of the watch, maybe 35. That can be smaller than that. Let's go 33. Can always change our... And I'll just extrude that out to be maybe about 3 millimeters or so. And then make another circle on here. And just project that. Now I'm going to offset that by about another 3 millimeters inwards. And one thing you can do with extrudes is you can actually add a little bit of an angle to it. So with just this one feature, I can turn this angle down a bit and then make an elegant little pre-chamfered edge for it, just like that. And that's already starting to look like something. So what I really want to do here is raise some text. So I'll put some text on here. and it'll just say now. You can rotate that around the point. You can lower the font. Let's make it like 5 millimeters or so. Seems good. I would like to not have this be connected here, so I'll take that constraint off of there. And I'm just going to center this in both directions. I'll click on this box here to get a top view, and then I'll click on this to line it up horizontally. And then I'm just going to use that center marker and just line that center marker up with that. And now, no matter how this gets moved around, our text is always in the middle. Pretty easy. If you want to extrude that, you just select only that profile. So you X out of the profiles here, select only the text, and enter any number, and it'll extrude that up. So now we've got this wonderful little text on there. It just says now. If I want to go back and edit that, change different font, I can. Personally, my favorite fonts are Bauhaus, and that's kind of nice actually, and Broadway. Let's go with Bauhaus and just try to make this look kind of futuristic. Maybe we will increase that font size a little bit to 7 millimeters or so it's easy to read. And we can extrude this as, at a little bit of an angle, so like 15 degrees, so that it doesn't chip. And that gives it a nice little shadow thanks to ambient occlusion. There we go. We've got our watch face pretty much done in like five minutes. Let's focus on the strap now. I think the strongest way to make this strap is going to be to probably just run a piece of nylon cord through it, and then I can actually use some of those buckles that I got. Because the problem with all these, I'm gonna shut that door real quick. One sec. Okay, that's better. Now the barking dogs won't interfere with explaining things. All right. So the problem that I see with these watch straps is that if the watch itself isn't made out of metal, it's not going to be very strong. But this does look really nice. Little smartwatch band. So maybe we'll work on something like that. We'll just buy one of these straps and check that out. It shows us exactly the thickness of the band that's needed. You could just measure the inside. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, let's do that. Oh, and they come in all kinds of different colors too. Check that out. That's fun. Wow, cool. Let's see what a 20 millimeters looks like. And in order to get this on here, we might want to thicken this up a bit. Let's go 5 millimeters or so. I think that's about the thickness of a regular watch. And I'll just go ahead and chamfer this now. I think chamfers look really good. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna make this watch face thing. So I need it to be 20 millimeters. I'm gonna make a parameter. So I will go to manage, no wait, modify, that's what it is. Modify, change parameters, and I'm gonna create a custom parameter called strap width. Units are in millimeters, expression 20 millimeters, and now what I'm gonna do is draw on this halfway plane. Oops, where can I get that? So I'm gonna select this halfway plane, that, and I'm just gonna draw the profile of my watch strap. So I need this to reference off of, so I'm gonna project that. And I think I'll have my watch strap connect somewhere over here. I don't really know how big that's gonna be, but we can save that decision for later. Hit C, give me another circle. And let's see if there's any dimensions on here for how big that little nub is. Well, I know if this is 20 millimeters from there to there, that looks like it's maybe about 1.5 millimeters. We can always change our minds later. That's the beauty of 3D printing stuff. Now for this to be 3D printed and still strong enough, I'm gonna go with a wall thickness of about 2 millimeters. So that's actually pretty beefy, but I prefer that to it just falling apart. Now I'm gonna take a line and connect it anywhere on the outside of this circle. Hold down Control so that I can just drag it anywhere without it becoming a three-dimensional sketch. Because I have that enabled, I have to be a little bit cognizant of it. Same thing for this. And I'm just gonna drag that up into the body of this, just sort of nebulously, wherever that needs to be. Now I can drag this however I want. I can make this angled. Angle that by maybe 5 degrees or so. So it's got a little bit of a contour to it. Might be more comfortable, I don't know. This is going to be tangent to this, and this is going to be tangent to that. So this is a nice and simple design. I think I'm just going to go horizontal with this, and I'll connect these two together, and it closes this in. I'll hit T for trim, move that. And now I'm going to take a line and draw it down like that. And project this so I have a reference for where the edge is. Set these to construction. And this is going to be like 2 millimeters or so away. Now I need a line that's tangent to this circle. So I'll just set these guys tangent to each other. And now I can set this equal to whatever I want, which I'll have 3 millimeters, as 3 millimeters for now. And you'll see where I'm going with this in just a minute. Once I adjust this a little bit. perhaps I'll move this up to here. And then I can move this one. Sketch project, okay. Set that to construction. I can move this guy down to here. Yeah. How about that? I might be over constraining this a little bit. Let's get rid of that. No, let's put it back. Control Z to put it back. Now the last thing I need to constrain is this line right here, but that is going to have to do with how wide our watch strap actually is. So
The sewers are as tricky and twisted as my ex-girlfriend, and twice as smelly. Who's funky, y'all?
who's funky, y'all? So here's what we'll do. We're going to finish this sketch. We're going to go back in time, which is an amazing thing that you can do with this. And I'm going to draw a line out from the center of that circle as a construction line. No, as a center line. And I'm just going to put a little projected circle on here to reference off of. And we're going to draw a rectangle that intersects that, coincident with those 2 points. And so now you can see we've got this rectangle we can drag anywhere, and it stays on that center line. The center line is not even necessary at this point, actually.
This is Jet Set Radio, the most balanced radio station in the universe. You simply would not believe your ears.
The station that'll teach you the things your parents and teachers are too afraid to. Jet Set Radio! Now, class, open your books to page 32.
lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Tu as sommeil?
Hello? What is going on here? Testing, testing. Okay, well, anyway, I guess I accidentally turned off my microphone. Who knows how long that's been off. Oh well. Looks like I need to open up the diameter here a little bit more. I need to open it up to 20 millimeters. It's currently at about 19 or so. Let me try the other one. See if it goes any further. Okay, so I do need to open those up a bit. Just gonna set my fursuit head down over somewhere. It's not gonna get covered in dust. All right. Cool. Only one more. Alright, let's see if it fits. Just using this side to test it. Looks like that's gonna work. Alright, looks like it needs to be charged. Test, test, test.
Alright. Oh, alright.
I think it'll be fine. Or we could just wait till tomorrow and get another brush. I'd like to go back to the room. Okay.
Probably not. We got the sound back. Ready to go. Alright, let's switch the microphone over to the snowball.
Alright, I have switched the microphone back over to the snowball. So hopefully you can hear something that sounds somewhat like my voice. And not just radiant background music. So, we're pretty much ready to test this thing. I don't know if maybe I should put it on or maybe I'll just do it like this first. So I need my rubber hose. One sec. Go get that. So I'm gonna give myself just enough rubber tubing, vinyl actually, tubing to reach maybe out to like here or so. Not really sure how much tubing I actually want on this thing. Did I go for a lot or a little? I don't know. It's gonna go like this, and it's gonna meet up like that other thing. This stuff is heavy. So I think I'll do about 2 feet or so on each side. So there is 24 inches. That's 24 inches. That might be a little too much, I think. Let's go like, let's see how a foot looks. It's 12 inches. That's just 12 inches. Yeah, let's just try 12 inches. Let's see how that goes. Can I cut this with scissors? Let's find out.
So just bend the brush.
Yes, you can. You can cut it with scissors.
Leaves and branches
This
just
stuff is very soft.
there he comes. He's little son of a gun's hiding your brush. You just have to push him out.
Hiding in the brush.
This is your world, your creation.
Alright. Let's see if these even fit on here first.
And maybe we'll just put some little grass here. It's coming down through here.
Maybe we'll just put some grass here. So these should just push right on.
And right there.
Hopefully they don't snap. There we go. That's pretty good. And the taper does a pretty good job of holding it on, actually. It's like a Chinese finger trap, because as you try to pull it off, the material stretches
and it actually tightens itself down around the end of it. So just a simple taper fitting with a hose that's somewhat flexible can go a long way. Let's do another one like that. And I'm just applying a good amount of pressure to it, doing a little bit of a twisting action to get that on there as far as it'll possibly go. So these are pretty much ready for their maiden voyage. Very interested to see how this goes. Oh wait, one thing I do need to do before I go any further here is actually attach these two to this manifold here. So I'm just gonna bend these out a little bit and just stuff the manifold connector on. The manifold! Sounds way cooler than it really is. This is looking pretty cool. And this is just an adapter for my shop vac, basically. So let's attach this to the shop vac first and see if we get any good airflow out of that. Through here, I mean. So it's just going to be sucking air through it. Let's see if we can attach this to the shop vac. I matched the taper, I think. Whoa. I may have gone a little bit tight with the end, but that's okay. As long as I don't push it in too far, we should be fine. We got suction. We got suction. Grab onto a piece of paper here. It works so far. So far, so good. That's cool. That's really good. And it looks like the tubes aren't collapsing down, so we're okay there. I may use a little bit of heat to try to bend these out because they definitely want to curl in on each other. So maybe that's a good use for my little blowtorch gun here. Just heat them up a bit so I can bend them. The old creme brulee torch just softens everything up. All right. Well, it's a little bit better. I'm gonna have to go at it methodically. Just warm it up. Don't want to burn it, just to warm it up. It's kind of like a really weird stethoscope that would probably burst your eardrums. Let's just stretch that out. This one's a little better, but whatever. I can't wait any longer. I just want to hook this thing up. Let's go to workshop cam and webcam. So this one should go on here like this. Wow, works like a dream. Oh my goodness. That is so cool. Wow, that just worked great. Probably should have had this manifold designed a little bit differently. And I might need to reinforce these with tape so they don't crush in on themselves because they're a little bit kinked at the moment. And what we should see is that as soon as I turn on this vacuum, we should see all of this sort of vacuum itself down. So, fingers crossed. Hey! Did you see that? It was moving a bit. Is that showing up on the on camera? Is that visible? Because from what I'm looking at, it actually looks like that might work. You might be able to see it flexing a little bit. Let's go from this angle. All right, I think I need to try this on. I need to try this for myself. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to wet this down a bit with my sprayer. Let's see if I can get this off of the mannequin here. If I can't get it off the mannequin, we're in trouble. Okay, we're good. Alright. Whoa, that's so much static. Oh boy, I could shock the crap out of myself right now. Yeah. Alright, we're good. I discharged it. That's so much static electricity. Alright, so I'm going to wet down the inside of these foam pads. My automatic pump sprayer. Built. This is probably the freakiest thing I've ever done here. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. So there's this, and I'm just going to spray the inside. I can see the inside. Turn this a little bit more inside out. Feels very soft inside. Which is good. It's probably gonna feel really weird putting this on. And I'll also spray into this aperture here, and then see if I can spread the liquid around like a sponge. And try to just saturate this. Oh, here we go. I'll just spray the top of it like this. That works much better. Way easier to do it that way than to try to spray it into the inside of the shirt. Flip it over. Do the same on the other side. Or maybe, let's have like a dry side. This will be the dry side. And we'll have a wet side. We'll have a dry side and a wet side. And see which one works better. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the wet side. Alright, here we go. Let's flip around to just the main camera here. And let's angle it up a little bit. Get this out of the way. Alright. Here we go. I am sort of skeptical that I'll be able to get this thing on. I feel like I should have already been really hot and sweaty first because this is just not going to feel good at all to try to put this on. But we'll do it anyway for science. Am I even going to be able to get this off afterwards? I should hope so. Oh, you know what? That wasn't so bad. Woo! It's actually a little cold just because of the water that's on there already. This looks ridiculous. Alright. Science time. Actually, it seems to be wet on both sides, so it's not really an isolated test. Gonna hook myself up to the machine now. So let's go one right here, and then one over here. Screw that down like so. So now I've got the vacuum hose hooked up. I'll have to stand a little bit sideways, I think. This is really exciting. I'm gonna turn this other light on. Ooh, come on. There we go. Oops. Seems to have come unscrewed. My bad. Some user error there. But yeah, seems to be working. Alright. I will definitely need to angle this a little bit more so I don't have to keep these from kinking. And here we go. Bon voyage. It actually works! Oh my goodness! Wow! It actually works! That's insane! Wow! It actually feels really good! That's amazing! That is amazing! Wow! Oh wow! Woo! That's crazy! It's honey! The more it does it, the more it actually cools down too. Wow, okay. Let me disconnect this hose real quick. And one sec. Alright. What I have is an old aluminized cotton fire suit that my friend got me at a pawn shop one time. So we'll put on the most insulating jacket in the world, which is what this is, over this crazy apparatus I've constructed here, and see if it can cool me down. while I'm wearing this this suit here. So I didn't make these tubes long enough. Maybe I did. Yeah, there we go. To stick out. I'll put this on with just the Velcro here. And if I can plug in the hose to the end of this, now we'll get a really good idea of how well this thing actually works. It works! And I can feel air coming in through the neckline. I can feel air coming in all the way around it. And there's air coming in underneath the suit and through the zipper. That feels amazing. It's actually cool still. It still feels really cold. It feels like an ice pack vest. That's amazing. And the tighter it is, the cooler it feels. I don't even know what to say right now. I am so happy. Test successful. That is a success. We did it. We did science. Wow. So that is incredible. So this will work for fursuiters, this will work for firefighters, this will work for like bomb squad technicians. I'm pretty stoked right now. It only took about, what is it, 6 or 7 hours from start to finish to make this prototype, and we're pretty much there. We're pretty much there. Oh, just throw this off to the side here. Wow. I think I'm just gonna end the stream there. I don't really have anything else to say, but thank you so much for watching. If you do actually go back and watch this thing, although I'm half expecting nobody to really see this thing, which is actually kind of good in case I'm trying to protect proprietary information. But it's really not that complicated. It's vacuum extraction. It's water evaporating. It's what your body does naturally. Nothing really new has been invented here. But if you did watch this, thank you so much. And thank you to my supporters on Patreon. Thank you to everybody following me on Twitter right now and always being so positive and uplifting. I really don't think I would have gotten the motivation to take this on and to do the Denver dance competition if it weren't for that. So yeah, geez, thank you. And I really hope that this goes somewhere, and I hope that maybe you'll try to make one as useful to you. So I really want to see a lot more people wearing fursuits at conventions for longer and not have to worry about getting heat stroke. So I hope you like what I'm doing. I hope you like what you're doing. And you rock. Take care. God bless. Calvin out.